We're good to go. Day number 1, December 1st. I'm going to pull up my schedule thing. Those who have not seen it, likely. Bum, bum. Alright, let's see. Discord. So how about that compensation? Did not think that would roll out today, but it did. So that was cool. We're going to split some cards. I have to decide what to split. I'm not really sure what to split. I might save some of it for Galactus. Schedule. All right, cool. So this is what we're looking like. I'll just make it the whole screen. So, yeah. The games on the sides of the thing are going to be things I play throughout the month. And then the specific things are going to be, you know, they're releasing that day, and I might play them after, but I'm definitely going to play them on that day. Rivals technically releases Friday, but if I have to pick between Rivals and Path of Exile 2, I'm picking Path of Exile 2. Plus, they're going to be like more than enough Snap people playing Rivals already, I'm sure. But yeah, so we got the new card releases on Tuesday. We've got new Black Ops Zombies map Thursday, Path of Exile to Friday, early access. Then I'll probably do Rivals on Saturday. I expect to revisit, I guess you can't see my mouse, but I expect to revisit the 3 things that are coming out next week quite a bit, because I like the Zombies mode a lot. I'm excited for the new map. I've never played Path of Exile, but I've heard good things. It was just a bit too complicated, and it sounds like they really tried to still give it depth, but make it easier to pick up for a new person. And it's early access, but I don't know. It should be neat. I've heard good things. And then Rivals is fun. I played a little bit of the beta. Beta was fun. I'm not the biggest team shooter person, but I'll probably play it here and there just because I think it's a fun game and it's free. What's Gravity Circuit? So these are games that Gravity Circuit and Neva are things that already came out that I picked up on the Steam sale. Gravity Circuit is like Mega Man. It's like a modern Mega Man. It's like a 4-hour Mega Man-like game. And I think that should be fun. I'm a Mega Man fan. And then Neva is a very kind of artsy game by the people who made Gris, which was another really cool artsy game that came out a few years ago. And I think those would be cool because they'll be like one, like I can just get through the whole game in one stream, which is nice. And then the Pokemon Pocket thing, that is the placeholder for the mini set. According to data mines, the mini set for Pocket is the 16th. So I slapped that on there. And then I've been playing a bunch more of some auto battlers, TFT, Bazaar. And I'm probably gonna start incorporating those a bit. I've really liked TFT. I'm not that good at it. Like I'm like okay, but there's so much to learn in that game, and I have not put in the time to learn yet. I've been running a Ravonna Goblin Gorr deck. I'm feeling pretty good with Scroll for the Mirrors and Cassie for Arishem. Nice. Yeah, Ravonna finally seeing a bit of resurgence, right? This card's finally being played a bit again, which is cool. I think I had Ravonna in one of these decks. Was it this one? This one. It's called Anti-Gorr, but that's just because of Anti-Venom. It's not actually Anti-Gorr, so to speak, but this deck was pretty good. Been using Loki E-Tree, not Arishem, to great success. Climbed 400 SP today. Nice. That's pretty big. It's a lot. I'm glad you like the compensation video thing. It was funny. I literally just finished making the video And then like 5 minutes later, everyone was like, check your inbox. All the stuff is arriving, even for this pass issue. I expected that the split comp stuff might drop today. I didn't think they would have the thing for the pass today, because that was a more recently brought up issue, and it's like the weekend, so I figured at best we would have gotten like Monday or Tuesday before the season. But so it was nice to see them respond to that quickly, and I'm glad I did the video when I did, because if I didn't, it would have been, I mean, it was already almost outdated as soon as it went up, which is kind of funny. But in terms of like the King Eitri stuff, I know one other person who tried that and liked it, and it was Safety. I don't remember what his list looked like, but it's an interesting idea to be like, yeah, Eitri helps you get another one of your Loki cards. It's a Sarah deck. Ooh, I do like me some Sarah. I'm running Noki with a Thor / King Eitri package. New favorite deck? Nice. So how'd you guys make out on the split compensation? I got those 7,500 credits, which that was what I anticipated, but I wasn't sure if I was gonna be there or not. But I'm pretty happy to be there. Because it gave me a bunch of credits to split things. I don't even know what I'm going to split, to be honest. The other thing is, it only counts splits that are eligible for inked and gold, too. So if you had a card in there that, you know, you had to do your first 3 splits to get it up to having that chance, those I don't think are factored in. Which is a shame, but also, I mean, it makes sense because you didn't lose out on anything on those splits because you couldn't get the other things. The max amount is 30k, actually. There were 2 tiers above the 7.5k. It was 15k and 30k. I've seen some screenshots circulating around. I think you have to spend a whole heck of a lot of money on this game to hit the 30k one. But hey, if people enjoy it, good for them. I wasn't sure. I think most people didn't really know where they fell on the chart. I didn't know, so I was happy to see I fell into this. It's a little bit of a shame, though, that there's such a wide gap between the 7,500 and the 1,500. Like, I feel like they probably could have benefited from a middle tier, because I'm sure there's some people who are close to the 7,500, or maybe they would have been there if it counted non, you know, 4+ splits into the equation. So that would have been nice if they had like a 3k tier or whatever, just to bridge that gap a little. But we know from Deadpool's Diner that they don't always love bridging the gap. Isn't there a cap for credits? I believe the cap is 15k. It used to be 10, and now it's 15, to my knowledge. Some things you can get above the cap with. I don't know exactly how that works, though. Let's see. I'll put it together just to see what it looks like, because I am curious. God, I have too many things. One thing I am thinking of splitting is I'm thinking of splitting Cull, and then I can have this whole inked out Thanos deck, but I have split Cull like no times. I don't even have that many boosters for him. I only have like 500. You love this deck. Although, I think this deck is going to become bad when Doom 2099 comes out. We have... How long do we have? We have, like, 1, 2... Oh, it's only, like, a little bit over 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks until Doom comes out. This card's gonna, I think, do some not great things to the metagame, but we'll see. I think I might record the video for tomorrow live later too, talking about the Arrivals season. I'm in the same boat. As not knowing what to upgrade at this point. Yeah, I feel that. Like, I have so many of the cards I play a lot, I have a pretty good split on. And I don't feel like I really need to chase a god split or whatever on them. I'd rather just get more cool splits on other cards, but I'm running out of things that I already have at, you know, 3 or more splits done. What's up, Ari? Hope everyone had a good holiday. I decided to take a few days to chill because, yeah, we're going live for 31 days, so a few days off beforehand was kind of nice. Started playing some roguelikes again, too. That was fun. Yeah, Doom 2099, I made a little, that's not it. This one. I made a tier list for the cards. And, yeah. Doom, best card of the month. Galactus, second. I think these 2 cards are decent. This one might be better than I'm giving it credit for. Like, I could see this being a B tier card, but I'm not sure. And this is also just, like, generically, too, a bit. Like, when this card comes out, I think most of the cards other than Galactus get worse. Because I just don't see their effects doing much in a Doom 2099 meta. No, I actually made this before we were talking about Luna. Like, I think it's a fine card, but I'm very weary about giving your opponent extra resources. So, Rocket and Groot, I think I would be rating this card significantly higher if we weren't in a meta where, like, every other deck runs Luke Cage right now. If we're in a meta where Luke Cage is kind of fringe, this card is significantly better. Like, it's a very powerful card on its own. It just exists in the context of, we're in a metagame now where most of the things are like anti-venom mid-range stuff. Okay. What I was saying was most of the mid-range decks are anti-venom Luke Cage piles with Malekith right now. A lot of them are. So I think that's what makes Rocket and Groot worse. Like, if this card came out before we had the anti-venom Malekith stuff, I think it would be at least an A-tier card. I'm open to Luna being better than I think she is, but I think this is where she's going to fall. Penny, I like the idea of a lot, but I'm not sure it's going to stack up to the other powerful cards. And Bruce Banner is at the bottom because I just want this card to be bad, man. It's very thematic, and I like that. I detest the gameplay experience around this card, and I don't want this card to be good, and I'm hoping it's bad. Because if Bruce Banner is good, the game is worse for it. It's just like, I don't think that maybe if it's like fringe playable or something, sure, but if that card ends up being like a staple in a popular deck, it's gonna be miserable. Groot would be good like 6 months ago, even. Groot would be good 3 months ago, I think. Luke Cage wasn't as prominent throughout most of the history of the game as it is right now. Because the trick is, not every, but most mid-range decks just jam in these 2 cards and Luke Cage. Like, these 3, you could argue 4 with Shadow King. These 3 to 4 cards are like just the mid-range package. It just does it better than most every other mid-range thing out there right now. Like, I severely underestimated this card. This card is nuts. The fact that it thins your deck, it's essentially giving you a 4/6 that gets you one of your often pretty big, cheaper cards. And it thins the deck so you can get one of your bigger threats more easily. So yeah, this is... Because Luke Cage is in so many decks because of this, and because of, like, you know, the Ajax piles exist too, they're often running this now too. Now, it is worth noting, and this is why my opinions changed on it a little bit. Where did it go? Here it is. It is worth noting that they still gain power even if they don't afflict. Rocket and Groot. Marvel Snap. The exact text is... After your opponent plays a card here, steal 1 power from it. So it'll still gain a power even when they're not negatively afflicted. In the games where Luke Cage isn't around, this card can get really big and be very impactful. So what to see. Yeah, like, it is... I think it is going to be a pretty good card. But then the other thing is... Doom 2099 is good against this kind of thing because it makes it easier to avoid playing into the rocket lane because you play in another lane and then you go wide. Does Penny Parker synergize with Hulkbuster and Agony? She should, yes. And that's kind of why I like the design of Penny Parker. When this merges, you gain +1 energy next turn. Yeah, so anytime something is being merged onto it. I'm curious if that works with Symbiote Spider-Man. I imagine it would, even though... Because it's gaining the text of her. So it should be neat. Like, I find it hard to believe this effect will be strong enough right now, but I like how it's, like, opening up new space. But who knows? I could be wrong.
Hello.
Splat with the tier 1. What's up, Splat? Thanks for the sub. My alerts are working again. Pog. Appreciate the support. Let's get some Pogfish in the chat. If you guys like unique decks, which I know many of you do, you should check out Splat. He's a good streamer. It's where I find myself hanging out sometimes in the evening Marvel Snap streams. I'm a streamer. What do you think about future cards having a percentage ability like Banner? I dislike. I don't want it. I do not like the. I hate the design of Bruce Banner, to be honest. Jimmy Limmy with the tier 1 for 5 months. I have no idea why the alert was different that time than the first one. Don't we love technology? But regardless, thanks for the support. We'll get you some Pogfish as well. All aboard the hype train. I was trying to think of... I want to come up with some like fun like sub-goal ideas. I just need to think of some stuff. Uncle Ben has a 25% chance to snap on your behalf each turn. Oh my god, can you imagine? People would hate that, I think. Let's see. What was it? Bruce Banner. Yeah, I do not... They made Danger Room a card, man. I'll let you guys in on a secret. I don't like Danger Room. I don't like it. The good news is he's a prime Red Guardian target, right? Like, people are gonna Red Guardian the crap out of this dude, but I just don't. It's just a shame because they created a design that's very thematic. Like, no one can argue it's not thematic. It's incredibly thematic. It's just not something I think is good to have in a card game like this. If it's good. If it's bad, whatever. I don't care. I still don't think it's the greatest design, but like, I get it from a creative perspective. It is very thematic. I haven't seen the variant. That's kind of neat, I guess. Interesting style. Brett Bean. Like, I This might be my skip of the month. This might be my skip of the month. December cards. The spotlights suck so bad this month, man. The spotlights suck so bad this month. Yeah, it's just not great. So many of these are dropping too. Like, what is this? The third time for Death Strike? Who knows how many times for X-23? Let's see. It should say if they're the spotlight, right? 1, 2, 3. This is number 4 for Death Strike. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's the 6th time X-23 is coming back, man. Give us a break. Jeez. No week with 2 new cards in December/January. Welcome to the club. I think Bruce Banner is going to be a reasonable card. It's going to be games where it steals cubes. There's also going to be games where it costs you by keeping you having to float. Yeah, I mean, maybe. Safety did the math on it, and the math on it kind of scared me, to be honest. Like, the math on it made it sound like that card is going to activate more than you think it would, which is not what I want to happen, but we'll see. I don't think it matters too much because Doom 2099 is going to take over regardless. I mean, this week isn't bad if you're missing Sasquatch or Glad. Like, Sasquatch doesn't see a ton of play, but it's very good in the decks it does see play in. And Gladiator sees a lot more play with Fenris now. But again, not really great. This week is just bad, man. Like, Meek isn't even being run in a lot of the discard lists anymore. Hitmonkey's fine, but again, how many times has Hitmonkey been around? It's a Series 4 now, too. Hitmonkey's been around 1, 2, this will be 3. It's not as bad as Deathstrike and X-23, but this week, even though I don't care for getting these cards, I don't mind this being a week, because, like, if you're a new player and you get High Evo and Bruce Banner in the same week, like, that's probably going to be fun for you. Like, this is a new player onboarding week. Like, you just started playing for, like, a few weeks, like 2 weeks, 3 weeks. You're filling up the caches, and then you get High Evo and Bruce Banner. I mean, High Evo will only carry you so far, but it's still a good beginner thing. So having a card that goes with it and is also thematic is nice. I wanted to say I appreciated your most recent videos on the Snap economy. I'm glad you enjoyed them. Bring High Evo back from the dead, surely, right? Yeah, the last few videos have actually done very, very well, which has been nice to see. I put the first one was just kind of off the cuff because I was like, well, I need to talk about the series drops and stuff. But it was a bit more sporadic, and I was like, well, I have a lot of these like points nailed down, so let's just do a whole spotlight video and break it down so I have somewhere to point people to, because I've talked a lot about the spotlight system over time, and I feel like there are a lot of people who don't fully understand all the aspects of it, or like, why did it feel good when it first came out, and why does it suck now? A lot of people get it, right? But little bits and pieces of it are still hidden, right? Like how a lot of people don't know the Series 4 and Series 5 random slot is weighted, stuff like that. So I'm glad that that did well, and the new card leak stuff did well too, which I was surprised about because the last Datamine video did really poorly compared to how they normally do. Normally the patch Datamine videos do really, really well, and the one before this most recent one like did very poorly. But it's funny because the new one has like less info, but people were interested. Bruce Banner doesn't look that great to me. First, you have to play High Evo and put a lot of energy to gain his effect, and on average, and then there's Red Guardian. Yeah, I mean, if this card does become playable, it's a very easy card to hate on. No doubt about that. I don't think it's even if it's decent, I don't think it's gonna have a shot in the high Evo meta. But I think if you're a newer player who's lower collection level, it's still like Marvel Snap doesn't do a good job of giving you mostly complete decks early on. Like, people constantly are missing pieces and whatnot. And so I think for like a player like that, even though Bruce Banner isn't like some high tier amazing card, most likely, it's just a good little starter pack for you to just like enjoy the game at the lower CL. And then this week, man, it's like, what are we doing? Yeah, Celine, oh boy, I can't wait. And then Blob is like, we have new Blob now. We have Gorr. Blob is still good in Arishem, but that's the only place that plays it anymore. So it's like, I might be like, I want to spend tokens this month, but I'm gonna run out of freaking tokens, so I'm probably gonna have to gamble a little bit. Because if I go here, I can show my tokens. I have a hefty little pile of tokens here, but 6K a piece, that adds up very quickly with it's a 5-week season, right? I think it's a 5-week season. So that alone is more than the tokens I have. So I'm gonna, fortunately I have a lot of keys. Fortunately I have a lot of keys so I can afford to gamble. I just don't want any of the other stuff, but I've been lucky. Like, I got Gorr on one this week. So just be lucky, you know? Just be lucky. But yeah, if you're someone who's more strapped on resources, I'm fairly confident that aside from the season pass card in Doom 2099, like, I don't think you need a whole lot more from this month. I think some of the other cards, particularly like Rocket and Groot, will be good long term if they aren't good right away. Maybe they are good right away, we'll see. But I think this card's going to dominate the game really hard. Galactus too. Galactus seems very good. Hope they buff Celine. Remember when this card had negative power? Although that was when Annihilus was better too. Things have changed. I think they should revert some of Annihilus's stuff. He's so not good anymore. That deck took so many nerfs. Annihilus had the effect changed. Annihilus lost a power. Sentry in the Void lost power. I wouldn't mind seeing that come back. Maybe I'm in the minority, but for new cards, I don't have them being paired with less popular cards. If less popular cards only got paired with other unpopular cards that may not be strong, nobody gets those cards. I believe everyone should try to experiment with everything. I think it's a noble effort to want everyone to experiment with everything, but I don't think a lot of people fall into that boat. I like experimenting with things, which is why I like having most of the cards, but I think when people are more strapped for resources, they have a harder time buying into that. Because the other thing is, like, some of these cards aren't bad, right? It's just they've shown up a million times. Like, Lady Deathstrike and X-23 aren't bad. They've just shown up too many times. But I can see the point. Like, I mind it less when they pair cards together that work together. Because I think that makes for a better week for people on average. But, like, this week, what is the common denominator here? Oh, this is kind of like S-tier card, like A or B tier card, and C, I guess. This card used to be better, but this card has changed. Yeah, I don't know. I've not seen too many people looking forward to the spotlights this season. Meek can be really good. It's just discard seems better without him right now because he's not very good with Malekith, right? Like, all the discard decks seem to be trending towards Scorn and Malekith, so there's, like, less room for this card than there used to be. Doesn't mean you can't play it in a discard deck if you're lacking that card, and probably do fine. But I think if you're trying to play, like, the most efficient discard, Meat gets the cut. And then what's January looking like? January has at least better weeks. I think January's weeks are significantly better, which is one of the reasons I'm like, yeah, just get Doom in the past and then save. For most people, obviously everyone's going to be a little different. This week is a banger. Like, these cards go together. Victoria Hand, buffing your generated stuff. One of the best pass cards from this year returning. For the first time, by the way. And then Grandmaster. Grandmaster is a pretty decent card nowadays. Remember when this was a 2-0? Crazy. I don't have a variant for this card, so this is a 100% open week for me. New card and a variant for a card I don't have one for. Don't mind that. Bullseye week is pretty cool too. Black Swan, I think, has only had one reappearance. Nocturne hasn't come back too much, so like those are good returning ones. Bullseye seems like a pretty good card. Very interesting card for discard for sure. Yeah, like this week is cool because it's like zoo support cards. You get Kyera to defend your 1-drops. You get Marvel Boy to buff them, and then you get Moonstone to benefit from the other ongoing effects you have. Like, this is a sick week. This is like the high Evo week, but for zoo. I like when they do that. I'm surprised Misery is coming back so soon. My only reason I think would be that like this card didn't sell that well for them, so they buffed it. Like, didn't they buff it twice or something? No, they only buffed it once, I guess. I'm surprised this card returned sooner, but it's like, it's good that they're doing that. That's what they should do more often. Kang has to get some kind of rework, you know? Kang has to be reworked if they're bringing him back. It's been over a year. And then Ares is cool. Ares is quite cool. It doesn't show you the cards, it just shows you the number. One of the data miners showed, Kang is perfect, don't you dare. Surely. Hey, Kang was great for the diner. At the end of the day, the Spotlight system can be good for new players. But older players, collection complete players, it blows. Yeah. I mean, that's also part of the problem, right? Is like, this system doesn't work well for everybody, and that's why I think we're gonna get a different... I think it's never been super sustainable long term. It could be if they like change some things about it, but we've had like a year and a half with it. I think if they wanted to iterate on it, we would have seen some iteration on it. I think they're all in on a new way to do it, and I might do like a little separate video talking about this, but just like general power creep and whether Snap is ever going to have like a rotation, I think could be an interesting topic, because I think they're going to avoid rotation like the plague in this game. I do not think, with how Marvel Snap makes its money a lot of the time, in terms of like all the bonus money they make off of cosmetics and splits and stuff, I do not think this is a game you want to force people into a rotation on if you can avoid it. And so far they've avoided rotation by pseudo-rotating cards, right? Probably the easiest example of this is the Big Purple Man, right? This card dominated the game for like a couple months at the end of last year and the start of this year, and then they tried nerfing him like 3 different times, and then it finally stuck, and he was just like out of the game for like, I don't know, most of this year, a good like 6+ months, something like that. And so they pseudo rotated Thanos, and then they brought him back, and now the power has gone up enough to where this card doesn't really feel oppressive anymore. It just feels like playable. It's a nice split. Thank you. I like this one. I think we might split Thanos today. I'm trying to get like a God Thanos split. I've always been a big Thanos enjoyer. And this is still one of my favorite decks that uses a lot of my favorite cards. Look at all these splits. I got this randomly. I didn't buy any of the new variants or whatever, but I got this in a box and I was pretty happy about it. I have a lot of good Elias, but I think there's something so funny about him eating a cow. I don't know why, but I think this is just a hilarious image. It's pretty good though. I feel like I've got to be getting close to rare complete, but I don't... Is there an easy way to import your collection? Anyone know? Leaning into the fart meme, yeah. Wait, gotta go make a song. I wait with bated breath. Maybe we'll split Thanos now. I was going through and trying to figure out what I'm going to split, and I haven't been able to figure it out. I also have no idea how they can fix card acquisition. Going pure packs comes too gambly, gotcha. Going for pure store makes it very monetized, will piss people off. Yeah, I mean, the big thing, I think they also have to, like, I'm of the mindset that, going off of everything they've said, I do not expect the actual percentage of cards you get to increase. I think that's going to stay the same. But what they want to fix is all the negative feelings around spotlights. And I think you could fix that with agency. It's just, how willing are they to do that? Because, like, the old system, you got less cards, but you had more agency over the cards that you wanted, right? And also, it's important to remember, the context of the old system was very different, because they used to release a lot of bad cards. I don't know if I'm the only one who remembers this, but... like, when Jeff came out, I mean, I guess, yeah, you had Iron Lad. That was a rare example. But there were so many times, like, there was one shining star card, like, best card of the month that was obvious. And then the other 3 cards were, like, mediocre. And so everyone was just like, all right, I'll use my 6k tokens to get the good card. But now, when you have, like... we've had a lot of good cards releasing all in the same month. And it's good for the gameplay... it's less good for people's wallets, though, because they feel like they can't engage with all the stuff, right? And I don't think people need to... I don't think everyone needs to engage with everything, to be clear. Like, I think it's... there are a lot of people who are very content to not engage with all the cards. But I think the pain comes less from not being able to play with everything, and more from not being able to, like, do the specific thing you want to do. Like, I just had someone come back to the game, and they were asking me for some advice. And I was like, well, here are the decks I've been playing, but here's the unfortunate thing. Most of the decks I'm playing are running these 2 cards, because these 2 cards are just so very, very strong in mid-range decks, which I enjoy playing. And they don't have either of these 2 cards. And so it's like, well, unless you're sitting on 12k tokens, I don't really know what to tell you if you want to play one of these decks. You have an undetermined amount of time to wait for them to come back in caches, or you have to spend a good chunk of change to get enough tokens to get them. And that's a shame if, you know, someone just came back right after these cards released relatively recently. Or even if you were playing when they came out, but you just weren't really convinced at first, and so you skipped it. I just think 6 months is such a ludicrous amount of time. Funny is, once enough people get them, they get the nerf. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what happened with... it's exactly what happened with this card. If you watch the video, you've already heard me talk about this, but Sable had like 5 to 10 times the play rate of Bob, and it was just kicking out all the other 1-drops. So they nerfed it because they're like, well, we don't want this 1-drop eclipsing all the other 1-drops. But Bob is doing that better than Sable. It's just nobody owns this card. So in their data, it doesn't seem like as much of a problem because it's such a small part of the player base. And they don't have an incentive to nerf a card like this when it's so not owned, because they want it to be appealing when they bring it back to the Spotlight cache, right? Like, you just, you want people to buy this card. So what's going to happen, This Bob is going to show up in a cache in February or March or April or whenever he comes back. Everyone's going to get him. Hydra Bob's play rate is going to spike, and then he's going to get nerfed within 2 weeks. Like, clip it. It's what's going to happen. It's not because it's not like he doesn't need that now. Like, you could make a very reasonable argument to making this card a 1/4 again right now. It's just there's no incentive for them to do that, you know? Like, it's affecting such a small part of the player base, and I don't think it's, even though its win rate is probably pretty high, I don't think it's like breaking the game or anything. But this is by far the best 1-drop in the game, and it's not particularly close, in my opinion. Wanted to get Malekith, but didn't because I had the other 2 cards already. Yeah. I'm sure a lot of people are in that boat too. Do you know when the split rate will go to? I believe it is the patch on the 10th. 10th of December is when split rates are going back to normal. Nico, though. Well, here's the thing with Nico is even though Nico is played in a lot of decks, Nico couldn't just be as easily played out on any turn as Bob or Sable can. Because sometimes, even though Nico has strong effects, the effects don't line up with what you want to do. Like, the demon one is great if you have a cheap thing to turn into a demon, but if you're just playing it for a body and then you have like a bigger thing to play next turn, it makes playing the Nico awkward. Or the draw 2 is great in the early game, but if you get draw 2 later on when you're playing bigger things, it's like suddenly you can't play it because you don't want to destroy your card. So Nico was a goated 1-drop for sure, but there was a lot of variance with this card and when it was good. Whereas Sable and Bob were consistent. They always did what you knew they were going to do when you needed them to do it. And 1/3 was just a very good stat line with the potential to be a 1/5. Because 1-drops are just hard to balance. Like, notice how the only other 1-drops that are above 1/2, it's like Blade, who obviously this is good in discard, but you can't just jam this into whatever deck as a 1/3. You need the deck to be like built around it. Same with Zero. It's like a 1/3, but you have to build around it. Martyr and Titania are kind of similar. Same with Ebony Maw. Like, all of these higher cost ones, they demand you build your deck in a specific way in order to be able to play this card. Same thing with, you could argue, Rocket Raccoon, right? Because he's a 1/5 too, right? Yeah. But again, condition. There is no condition to Bob or Sable, really. Like, and so many people thought this was a downside. It's funny, like, I would say as many times as Bob movie has been a downside, there have also been games where it's been an upside. So it really doesn't feel like a downside. Like, at worst, it feels like a net neutral to me. Bob got a buff like 3 hours before he left caches. Yeah, they told us very shortly before he got before he left about buffing Bob. Also, the Bob cache week was bad, and he was not good in the meta at the time. So it was like, everyone, myself included, was like, hey, don't buy this card. And now you're seeing everyone be like, hey, this is the best 1-drop in the game. And I've seen some very funny takes where it's like, oh man, like, I can't believe the streamers were so wrong. And it's like, bro, go back and look at the context. We weren't wrong. It just turns out this little thing called context changes over time. And unfortunately, that's one of those things that the system is so at odds with, is Marvel's Snap, if you want to be efficient with your resources, demands a lot of planning and thinking about what you're doing with your resources and what cards you're going to go for and all this stuff. And then, so you plan on building a deck or, trying to get a specific card a month, 2 months, 3 months in advance. And then all of a sudden, there's a balance patch and everything changes and maybe that card or deck isn't as good anymore. It's like, well, shit. And those happen much more often. Those happen so regularly, right? Like twice a month, usually. It's crazy that Bob and Martyr have the same power when Martyr is always Bob's worst case scenario. Yeah, that's a fun way of putting it, yeah. This card was a 1-4 at 1.2. Do you think Gorr will get nerfed? I'm not sure. So here's my thing about Gorr. I don't think Gorr is particularly imbalanced. He's just a big 6-drop. And I think people often get more annoyed at big 6-drops because when you see them, that usually means you have stayed in for the end of the game. And so it feels like you're losing to this. But this only wins you the game if you did a good job of like really positioning yourself ahead in one or two other lanes. So like, I don't think Gorr is often the actual reason you're losing a lot of the games, but he's what you see right before it ends. So it's like, oh man, they had this 15, 20 power Gorr I lost to. I'm not entirely convinced this card needs a nerf, especially in the wake of some of the new cards, but we'll have to see. But I haven't looked at any of the data or anything, but I think this is just a good 6-drop, and good 6-drops are often like viewed with higher scrutiny than things that cost less than 6 because people associate it with like losing the game more when they're not always the card that is actually losing you the game. It sure isn't Release Red Hulk. Exactly, like Release Red Hulk got so very large. I lose to Gorr because he is big. He is big. Is Sarah Control good in this meta? I've seen people do well with it. I think Sarah Control is pretty playable right now. It's a pretty wide, like, there's a lot of room for different stuff in the meta right now, which has been kind of nice, and I'm trying to enjoy it before Doom Winter takes over. Pretty sure there was streamer collusion to say Bob is bad, so they'd be only ones with it, yeah. Yep, all the streamers, we got together in a voice call, and we're like, alright, let's trick everybody, we'll be the only ones with Bob, and we can inflate our win rate. We actually planned it months ahead of time. We got the secret info from Second Dinner about how they were gonna nerf Arishem or whatever by adding 3 more cards. So we knew. This deck's been quite good for me, though. Anytime I can play my Mystique, I have fun. Like, I like playing Mystique a lot, and these Gorr decks have been good for Mystique, which has made me happy. Where's the other one? This one was fun, too. The Ronin stuff. Again, notice Malekith, Anti-Venom, Luke Cage. It's the holy trinity for mid-range packages right now. And that's one of the reasons why Gorr is very good, where I don't think he would have been as good if Anti-Venom didn't exist right now. Because Gorr off of Anti-Venom is just so disgusting, man. You don't even need a Luke Cage, because he's small on his own in terms of base power. Like, I do like that he is similar thematically to Null, too. I think that's a cool bit of lore there, right? Because he's getting his power from the... He gets his power from the symbiote, which is from Null. Technically, Anti-Venom buffs him. You're right, yeah. That is funny. It's also dependent on the meta, too. Like, I have had quite a few games where my Gorr isn't that big. But right now, a lot of the popular decks are like these mid-range piles. And the mid-range piles run a lot of on reveals. Like, we are in a very on reveal heavy metagame. And so I think it's kind of just his time to shine because of that. It also, you know, part of that is that on reveal is probably the most played keyword. Like, it's just on so many cards, but I don't know. Like, maybe he gets a slight adjustment long term, but I don't think you're going to see anything happen with that card right now. Yeah, I think there are a lot more on reveals than any other keyword by a pretty significant margin. I might make him a 6/6 that gets +1 per on reveal. I mean, they could. I think it makes the card less interesting thematically, though, for sure. Like, there are different elements that go into, like, making a card, right? Like, I think they like the fact that he is mirroring Null a little bit in terms of, like, being a big 6-drop with low base power that has a ongoing that juices him up. But who knows? We'll have to see how things develop. I do feel like, though, a lot of the time when I lose a game when they play Gorr, it doesn't, like... I don't always feel like Gorr is the main reason I'm losing the game. He certainly helps, but... cards you're excited about going forward. I talked about this a little bit, but I made a little tier list. Like, Doom and Galacta, I think, seem very strong and will be fun to play. I think Rocket and Groot will be fun to play as well. I think most of the cards here will be pretty fun to play next month. Except Bruce Banner. Fuck Bruce Banner. I hate him. Well, the main benefit, right, is it depends on what your opponent's playing, too. Like, if Gorr ended up becoming, like, one of the best things, it would be made pretty significantly worse by people just electing to play a ongoing deck, right? Like, I've ran into that once or twice, where someone's just playing a full ongoing deck, and unless you're playing something with a lot of very cheap on reveals, Gorr doesn't get nearly as big when it's mainly your side of the board he's counting. But I'm not too worried about it because I don't feel like it's pushing out a lot of the other decks I've been seeing. I would be curious to look at the untapped data, though, if someone has it. Maybe Blue will show up later, safety, and I can ask them. Well, we should probably play some games. We should probably play some games. No activate filter, still true. Can you search it? You can search it, but no filter. Favorite deck at the moment? I have liked, honestly, most of these mid-range piles. I've liked this one a lot. Most of the things where it's just like I'm playing Malekith, Anti-Venom, Luke Cage. Apart from the Gorr, I really like this Ultron version. Where is it? Ultron. I played a lot of this deck. This deck was fun. Still is fun. I like it quite a bit. Ultron's always been one of the cards I've really liked. I was so salty because I always wanted to play Patriot in the early days of Snap, and Patriot was my second to last Series 3 card. Thor Control is very fun. I want to try more with the Thor stuff, but man, every time I try Thor, I end up so disappointed. Because I feel like I'm jumping through hoops for bigger stats, like, that I can just do easier with other things, but I also have this nice Thor split, and I would like to use it. Do you guys have some Thor decks, though? Feel free to post, and be happy to look at some for ideas, because I tried one or two things, and it wasn't going very well for me, to be honest. I wonder if someone could make that, there used to be like this Thor spam deck with like Hitmonkey that was kind of cool. I wonder if that could work. Thor, Hitmonkey, Marvel, Snap. That deck looks so fun. Back in the day. I don't know how it would hold up nowadays, but I think it was something like this. Something like this. It's funny, I guess Agent Venom would benefit this deck a lot, huh? Aside from Jane. Jeep Pixie deck. I don't think I've seen that one yet. Let's see. Oh wait, could I split Cosmo? Do I have a Cosmo that's mostly upgraded? Thought I had an orange border one, but I guess I don't. I realized Strong Guy has just become better at Thor. You guys want to know something crazy? Thor used to be Bill. I don't know how many of you knew this, but when Thor came out, he was a 4/6, right? And he still did the same thing. And he was, I think, the first pass card they ever buffed. He was really not doing well. And so it is kind of funny they made Bill. Obviously, Bill's hammer is a bit better than Thor's, right? Because of doubling the power, so if you get multiple procs, but it was kind of funny that they essentially made a card that was kind of like the old Thor. Bill needs help, man. Bill needs help. I don't know what he needs in particular, but bro needs help. He's not... Like, when I was trying out Thor decks, I often found myself cutting Bill, and that made me sad, because I like Bill. I got this randomly the other day, too. Pretty cool. I was playing it a lot last stream. Let me go look at one of his VODs. Let's see, because I am curious. I do like Pixie decks. What is his Twitch again? I always get it mixed up because I don't know how many E's are in his name. Oh, I have it. I have it here. G13. I found it. Okay, cool. Let's see. Oh, this is interesting. I love Jeet's dedication to Phoenix Force. I have a real respect to someone who's that dedicated to an archetype. Or not even an archetype, but just like a card they really like. Honestly, that looks kind of fun. I think I'm down to try it out. I don't know if I'm going to play Phoenix Force in it, though. But... let's see. I need space. This was another cool deck that I liked a lot, but unfortunately it got worse because Agent Venom and Sable got nerfed, but probably still playable, I think. I don't know if it has enough power, though, to compete with the current stuff. Also, it probably doesn't like Gorr because there are a million on reveals in this deck, but I think dropping Beta Ray Build to a 2/3 would help make it easier on the curve. Probably. Making Bill smaller would certainly, I think, make it easier. Because if you get Jane, you only have one turn to play this dude. I think is a big part of the problem. I need more deck slots, man. Do you think Haivo will ever get a buff? Eventually, probably. I thought it was going to happen quite some time ago, but it did not. I think I'll delete this one. I, too, liked Haivo. I thought Haivo was fun. Alright, so we have Alioth, Gorr. Trying to figure out which Jane variant I like the best. There are so many good ones. I still think this is my favorite. This one's, I think, a close second, though. These two are cool, but I think they look better in color, or at least this one looks better in color. This one looks pretty good. This is still my favorite. Diner one isn't bad. Just something about this one is very cool. Who is this one by? That one is by... Was this a bundle one? I have no idea where this came from. I don't remember. It must be a bundle because there's no rarity on it. Yeah, my two favorite Janes have been... I think both of these were from bundles. The Chibi Jane was good too. Alright, so he runs Wasp Yellow Jacket based. Wasp Yellow Jacket. Remember when they did the... Remember when they did these, what were they? They were like, these were like limited time things. The steampunk and the winter ones. I'm surprised they never did something like that again. I mean, it was kind of a silly system, but I think it was... It made box opening a bit more fun. King Eattree, Pixie. What else? We got Thor. We got Bill. Thor. We skip Thor. We'll go back. Bill. He runs Misery. Mobius. Definitely Mobius is good right now. Misery I could see working. Just because Misery's good with the hammers. But I'm not sold on Phoenix Force. I low-key might just put in Nico. Yeah, Variant Rush is what I was talking about, yeah. Yeah, they didn't like how people hoarded boxes, but it's like, people are already hoarding boxes, bro. Put in Hood. Hood could be a good call out. Good with Misery. Having another one drop is good for Pixie. I could see it. I could see it. I'm always tempted by Nico because being able to turn your Pixie into a demon or Pixie into draw 2 is just so good. I always like that. Plus, it does give you the extra copy thing too, which can be good with like the hammers or a good Pixie hit. I think I'm gonna try Nico and see how it feels. I like having another one for sure because of Pixie. I have so many caches that I should open, but don't care about the gold tickets. Well, if splitting is something you care about, I think most people are probably better off finally ripping the caches and just doing the splits while we have this increased rate. That is assuming you don't care about the whatever splits we get in Mastery, right? Because I imagine you're going to have to split cards more times to get the new Mastery splits. Like, you'll unlock them, but then you'll probably have to split them more to get them. So if you want to save for that, I can understand it. But truthfully, I mean, we can pull them up. Let's see. Marvel Snap new splits. Here we go. It's funny how the algorithm on my end puts up my video. Oh, that video did do very well. That was one of the better data mine videos, but they have all these different splits, right? And don't get me wrong, some of these are cool. But I'm very curious to see how... Here's my guess, right? Also, I want to pull up the Mastery thing. Marvel Snap Dev Roadmap. Because they showed off a thing about Mastery. Or they showed off some of the UI with it. I still can't believe they had the audacity to call Deadpool's Diner 2.0. It's so funny. But yeah, see this. It's like, oh, you unlock a finish or a flare and this stuff. With how things work normally, I don't think they're just going to let you slap this on a card. If they do, Mastery's actually goated. Like, if they do just let you be like, all right, you can use this split on, you know, this character, then the mastery system ends up being significantly cooler than I thought it would be. My guess, though, that doesn't let them monetize it as well, right? Because, yeah, you'll still need to get variants or split cards to level up the mastery, but I imagine they want to get people looped into the splitting thing here, going for the new finishes. If you can just apply it like a border or whatever, that'd be awesome. The main reason I don't think it'll work that way is because secondary effects. Like, I think they want, and they've also, the other big clue here was when they talked about the split rate stuff, they said, we're going to be adjusting rates again in the future when, new split options come to the game. They did say they aren't going to lower ink and gold from their old rate. Like, once it goes back to the old rate, it'll stay there. But I imagine that means, like, how I think it's going to work is you're going to have a percent for ink, a percent for gold, and then you're going to have a percent for one of the mastery ones you've unlocked on that character. And then if you hit that percent, it'll roll again to determine which of the ones you have unlocked. That's my speculation based off of what we've seen. But it would be so much better if it was just like, oh, I unlocked Galactic Finish on Cersei, I can just put it on my card. That would be sick. That's what I think a lot of people hope it's going to be. But it is second dinner, and they do like making everything monetizable. So I'll believe it when I see it. Feel free to prove me wrong, though. Yeah, like, I think the idea of character mastery is really cool. We just have to see how it's implemented. According to the data mine stuff, Sank didn't think it's likely that it's coming in the patch next month, but who knows? Anything's possible. They did say they were trying to get it out before the end of the year, but I wouldn't be surprised if that got pushed. But who knows? They haven't said anything about it. And honestly, we'll probably find out tomorrow because they still haven't put out the new season video. Usually those go out on Friday or Saturday, but because of the holiday weekend, they probably pushed it to Monday. So if this feature is coming out in the new season, there's no shot they don't put it in the video, right? Because they know people are excited about character mastery. My main thing is, if you do have to unlock the new split, I'm probably not going to engage with this part of the system very much. Because as neat as some of these are, I don't know, man. I'm just kind of happy with my golden inks. I'm not Ben Brode. I don't need a flannel split, I would like to get bananas on Hitmonkey. I think that would be cool. Like, there are a few I think would be fun to get. But, like, I'm just not super... Most of these don't appeal to me as much as the normal inks and golds do. So maybe if I get it naturally or whatever. New reveal effects? What is this? Oh, yeah, these are like the secondary effects, right? These are kind of cool. I honestly find those more interesting than some of the splits. This one is the little second dinner guy, right? It's funny. The pixels for all your pixel enjoyment needs. God, that looks silly. So yeah, I don't know. That's another thing I might cover, but I'm kind of waiting for the video to come out to talk about that. This is a new album reward, right? Silk, a snapper's guide. This is funny. Yeah, I don't know why that didn't work, but second album Silk. Source album. I wanted to view the albums. Is there a way to do that? Marvel Snap albums. There we go. Is that shown here somewhere? Or does it just show the released ones? I think most of these are released. But yeah, especially for cards I've spent a lot of time splitting, like Arrow or Doom or whatever else. Like, I think I'd rather just move on to other cards than chase some of the new splits. But we'll have to wait and see what happens there. I think this is how we're going to try it. Let's see. King Gorr. Seems fun. I'm down to give it a shot. I do want to burn these Infinity tickets before the season ends. So I guess we're going to do that. Also, like, I can't overemphasize how little movement there has been at the higher ranks this season. Normally I finish around 9k. I did not gain a lot of snap points this season. I probably gained like 100, maybe 150 post infinite this season, which is not much for me. And I'm still like top 50. The movement has been so slow. Like, I didn't play for a week and my rank didn't move. That is not usual. So what that's telling me is, like, a lot of the hardcore people, I think, are playing less. There's just way less movement at high ladder. Like, people are just... Part of it's the diner, I'm sure, right? Like, people are spending time in the diner. That's why I played less ladder, that is. Just pulled a Simone Bianchi Taskmaster. Nice. Which one is that? Let's see. I wonder if I have that one. I have some good Taskmasters. Snaptron with the tier 1 for 6 months. Thanks for the support, friend. Man, have I sucked at the diner this year. Diner's been rough, man. Let's get some Pogfish in the chat. Diner's been rough. If you, like... I know people... a lot of people didn't love Diner last time, but it's been wild seeing, like, I feel like so many more people didn't like it this time. Even a lot of people who were, like, not that bothered by it last time seem to, like, I've just seen a much more, like, people just didn't enjoy it as much this time. The queues were really bad. They had to finally re-add bots. It's like, that reminds me, I need to do some bub donating. Because I'm sitting on like 300 million or whatever, and I've just been going down to the lower tables and gifting, trying to help some people get on their way. How many Infinity Borders do I have? I have a lot. I can show you how many I have. I have many. Keep in mind, I also haven't really been playing too much Conquest in the past few months, too. Most of these were, like, I don't know, a while ago. I did get one, like, a month or two ago, but I haven't been playing as much Conquest. I used to grind the Infinity Conquest quite a bit, though. So, how many is this total? 4, 7, 11, 15, 19... 23, 24, 25, 26 borders. Oh yeah, the Taskmaster variant. Let's see. Task. Let's see. This one is Alex Gardner. I like this one a lot. I did not know Kinner does these ones. Interesting. I didn't know he was the colorist on these ones. Well, so I couldn't do the simple math because, well, I could have done the simple math and minus one. I had one in there that wasn't an Infinity Border. It was just a Spotlight. What's this one? This was Joe Maduria. Dan Hip. Alex Gardner. I don't think... oh, is this... No, this was the season pass one. I don't think I've seen that. Let's pull it up. I could have done the simple math and then just minus one. It would have been easier. Oh, yeah, this one's cool. I've seen it's relatively newer, I'm pretty sure. When did it come out? It came out October 24th, so relatively, I guess, but yeah, it's a cool one. Recently got my first infinite border on my main avatar, Rian Gonzalez Jubilee. Really happy since the only avatar I ever got from the shop after I started playing. Yeah, it's nice. Truthfully, you really only need one good one, right? And then you can just use it forever. But I've enjoyed amassing my collection of them. I'd probably have more of them too if I enjoyed Conquest more, but my enjoyment for Conquest has gone down over time, in part because it's so much Arishem. I also think the faster games and not being locked into a matchup just makes me enjoy Snap more. Alright, so we are actually going to play the game, but before we play the game, we are going to split a card. And it's going to be Thanos. It's going to be Thanos, and I think we're going to split Pixel Thanos for good luck. Because I've never split Pixel Thanos. I think I'm going to have to pay like 5 gold for 2 boosters or something dumb, but 8 gold for 2 boosters. The economy can't handle this. Sure. I just want to split my card. Normally I have a pretty hard stance against spending any gold on boosters, but I don't think 8 gold is going to make the difference in the long run. And we'll run a prediction for it. Prediction time. Start prediction. God split or no? God split, no. And I'll give you guys the information. But I've split Thanos a lot. I've split Thanos 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. This is Thanos split number 12. Thanos split number 12. So we're going for the God split. God splits are crackle and inked or gold. Blue got a nice one on a Pixel Thanos a while ago. Let's see it. Show me Thanos. Oh, shit, dude. That's pimp as hell. That is pimp as hell. Let's see what it looks like on non-pixel Thanos. Yeah, that's gas, dude. That's straight gasoline. Looking good. Thanks for the follow. Losty. Pretty good. It's funny because I might temporarily leave it inked for the time being just so it matches my whoa, what is going on here? Look at this. Tiny cards. I'm taking a screenshot of this. What is this? Marvel Snap? More like mini Snap. Look at these. You got a bunch of small boys. What is going on here? What is this, a card game for ants? The new man. Yeah, that's actually a fire tweet. I'm 100%. I'm 100% gonna steal that. That's actually a fire tweet. New Snap mini set just dropped. That's great. That is a quality comment. +2. That is a very earned +2. Will it show my other decks like this? Yeah, it will. That's great. Actually great. Got a dual post it. I wonder what made this happen. I've never seen that before. I have literally never seen this bug before. What did we do before this? I mean, we were just splitting a card. Working on some Galactus pixel fan art. Ooh, that's cool. Galactus seems very good. Reality Stone made it possible, yeah. Reality Stone changing the reality here. I want to look at... Damn. I might use one of my free borders on this too. I think there's like one card I've used 2 cosmetic borders on because I think it's normally a waste, but the white one goes well with Ink Thanos, but I feel like gold Thanos probably needs his own gold border, you know? Red Cosmic, that could look good too, but I don't have a free red Cosmic. I don't even have it in my shop right now. So I feel like I'd probably go gold just for the gold on gold, but I don't know, I'll think about it. I do like how they gave us all these borders. Getting the borders for free was nice. I mean, no one had anything bad to say about the free stuff in the diner, right? Like, the free stuff was very welcome. Look at that. Ooh. Ulti Thanos. I regret buying this so much. It was my favorite Thanos variant at the time, but he has so many bangers now. Look at this. That's pretty fresh. Does anyone know? Here's a question. Does anyone know if either Snap Fan or Snap Zone have... I think they do. They let you import your collection. I want to know how close I am to having all the rares. Because I know there are people around my collection level who are like rare variant complete. And I can't imagine I'm that far off. But it's possible maybe they just spent more of their gold on... Like, when you spend gold on cosmetics, it doesn't advance your collection level, right? Aside from, like, you know, those 2K tokens. But tokens don't advance your CL, so it really just doesn't. So maybe they just spent quite a bit more money than me. But I've noticed there are people around my collection level who have all the rares. So I'm wondering how close I am to that. Because I have a lot of variants, man. I have so many variants. Like, if we turn off favorite... I mean, this obviously is a lot, too, because of... It shows your splits, too, but... Yeah, it does look good with the red mat, too. Stuck at 2 mil, I can't make myself play it anymore. I'm hoping we see a lot more donations this week. Because if you're at the 2 million table, you can get there really quickly with just, like, 1 or 2 donations. But look how many fucking variants there are, man. Like, and I wasn't a huge variant spender. Like, don't get me wrong, if I saw a nice variant and I didn't have one for a card, I was happy to pick it up a lot of the time, but like, I didn't really buy multiple variants of a card most of the time. The game just throws a lot of them at you over time. Appreciate the content. I'm glad you enjoy it. Hey, Lamp, how's it going? I think Galactus will be good. I think Galactus is the second best card of the month. Galactus seems quite strong and likely to be strong in the Doom 2099 deck. Because you're going to run like Zabu and Psylocke and stuff. Well, that's nice we got a cool Thanos. What's up, Zampage? If you get close to variant complete, don't they add variants all the time? So it seems impossible to keep up. Well, the funny thing is, they do add variants all the time, but because a good chunk of the variants they add are 1200s, I know people who do maintain 700, like being 700 variant complete, mainly because they just stockpile their resources. So, like, they save up their boxes and stuff, and then when a new one comes out, then they open some boxes and they get it, and they go back to saving. Don't like the Legion variant. I like the art. I don't like it enough to spend resources on it. Important distinction. I think this art is pretty gas. This is kind of up my alley. It is very rare. Same with the Havoc. I think the Havoc's pretty cool too. It's just not worth a key to me because I'm trying to spend less money on the game. So all these are prioritizing cards. There's a stink cloud coming from his head. It kind of looks like it a little bit. I love the background. The background's sick. But yeah, it's very rare for me to get spotlight variants, like go out of my way to get them. 40 keys, I know. I do have many a key. I've been very lucky the past few weeks, so I do want to add, I have had the best luck streak of keys I've had in, I think, my whole time playing this game. It's been like 2 or less keys a week for like the past month for me. It's been great. It just needs, like, if it was like that all the time, I'd have no problems. Eventually I'm going to run out of keys though, I'm sure, but it's enabled me to cut spending back, which is nice, because I haven't really felt like spending. Alright, so I think we're going to try this Gorr deck. I think that's what we're going to start with. Every spotlight key I use gets exactly what I want for like 2 months. Yeah, it is the nice part of the system is when you luck out on it. No, not diner. Yeah, we're gonna burn these tickets. Yeah, I don't even know what's going on in the background, but it's some neat abstract art kind of stuff. And I am a fan of that kind of thing. Alright. 11k collection level. Interesting. Turn 1 snap. Hope secondary changes some things in the game this season. So many people are sad and leaving. I would personally temper those expectations. I don't think we're going to see anything super groundbreaking super soon. I would love to be wrong about that, though. I imagine whatever we see was locked in before people got more unhappy with things, because they work quite a bit in advance. Destroy gamer. I mean, I think we can do okay versus destroy. We just have to capitalize on when they don't have good things going on, you know? I find it odd another Marvel game is taking away from Snap, even though it's a different genre. Yeah, I mean, you're probably not alone there, but I think what it really shows is there are a very large amount of people who, oh, hello. There are a very large amount of people who play Snap not because it's a card game, but because they just like the Marvel IP. I think there are more people out there than a lot of the engaged like that than a lot of the engaged people realize there are. I'm going to snap back. I'm going to do this. We're going to draw the hammers, and we're going to misery them, and it's going to be glorious. I don't think Rivals is actually siphoning off much of Snap, is it? I think you're going to see it more in the dedicated, like, Snap people. Like, I think I've seen a lot of people who are, like, engaged a lot online with Snap who are really excited about Rivals, even though it's a totally, you know, not really related game. But I think, I mean, I don't think it's going to, like, have a meaningful impact on the larger Snap player base, because Rivals is, like, a PC or a console game that requires you sitting down for a longer period of time, whereas a lot of Snap's player base, I think, is largely made up of people who are playing on their phone in their spare time. So, like, those people, I don't think you're going to see as many different things with those groups. But I think, like, the online, very engaged people, you might see more than you would think. Because so many people, like, I think it's very easy when, like, you're a card game focused person, like I am, to be like, well, it's a totally different game. Why are people gonna go do this different game when it has nothing to do with, like, they're not competing in the same genre, and it's true. But a lot of people wouldn't play Snap if it wasn't a Marvel game, and I think those are the people that are going to be like, yeah, I want to spend some of my time on that. Snap scratches them waiting in line at the supermarket niche. 100%, yeah. Those people I don't... Also, it's a dual-pronged thing, right, too? Because on one end, you have Marvel rivals competing for the people who are in Snap because they like the Marvel IP, and then on the other end of the spectrum, you have Pokemon, who is competing for the people who like card games. So it's a war on two fronts. Bro, they stayed on that? It's crazy. That was a pretty sick game. That was a pretty sick game. Poor little fella. He was not prepared. The saber-toothed Giga Chad. The song's called the Glitzy Hive, and when I first looked at it, I thought it was the Glizzy Hive. That'd be quite a name for a song. Oh, are they out? Did they decide that was enough Marvel Snap for the day? They did get kind of unlucky, the fact that we pulled Gorr. This deck's fun, though. I figure I need to play a good amount of Snap while I can before Doom takes over in 2.5 weeks or whatever. Because God help us, man. It's like, on one hand, I think I'm going to enjoy the fact that I can play regular Doom again, because regular Doom is one of my favorite cards. But on the other hand, I think the mirrors are going to be insufferable. I think the mirrors are going to be so incredibly insufferable. Like, mirrors are usually not super fun. There are some exceptions, but it doesn't seem that OP to me. But the amount of power for the level investment is dumb. Well, yeah, that's exactly why I think it is OP. Because you get so much power for such minimal work. And it's also not something that is very easily techable against, right? Because it spreads the Doombots around the board, so you can't just like Enchantress a lane. So what's going to happen is we're going to see more fucking Super Scroll. Agent will probably be good, but then at the same point, it's like, aren't those decks just going to run Cage Anti-Venom too? Obviously, Anti-Venom's a little worse because, like, if you play the 0, you're not filling the Doom condition, but I think it might still just be strong enough to run for, like, the plan when you don't have Doom, right? I brewed. Did I have that in my version? Let's see. I brewed a version of it that I think will be good a while ago. Thanks for the follow, H1 Saka. Profile. Yeah, Lad might just be better. This is what I had. I think I ran Lad 2 though, is the thing. This is what I built. And this is like roughly what I think it will be. Maybe it's just Malekith actually though, instead of Anti-Venom. Maybe it's just Malekith. Lad hits Doom 2099 into Doom 2099 into Doom, yeah. Yeah, it might just be Malekith. I built this before Malekith came out, I think. Or before I was really, before I realized the true power of Malekith. So maybe Anti-Venom goes for Malekith. You could also change Cage then, but if people start running US Agent, then probably want to still run Cage. But yeah, I think something like this is going to be pretty fucked up. Like, tell me this doesn't remind you of, like, what the early Zabu piles used to look like a bit, where you're, like, a third of your deck is 4-drops. I guess it used to be, like, half of your deck was 4-drops, but... What about Spectrum? I mean, you could. I just don't think... I think if you get Doom 2099 going on Curve, Like, I think you'd rather just have Doom than Spectrum. And I don't think you need 2 6-drops in this deck. But I'm sure there's a way you could build it ongoing focused if you wanted to. I haven't toyed around with it too much. This is just like the first thing that came to mind. There's cards that... Oh, why'd it move? There's cards that are OP but require engagement with the game, Agent Venom, and strong cards that say play this card and who cares. Yeah, Doom 2099 is definitely a play this card, who cares kind of card. Like, it's just, how do you deal with all the power this puts out? It puts out so much power, and you can't just silence one lane most of the time because the Doombots will spread out. I guess Clog might come back. Like, you clog up their stuff so they can't get as much benefit off of the Doombots and Doom, maybe? Remember when people thought Anti-Venom was no good? I sure do. I was super... Anti-Venom was the one of the two that I was very high on, even before release. Malekith was the one I missed on. I wasn't very high on Malekith, and I was very wrong. Very, very wrong. But what if they play Patriot in their Doom deck? Yeah, you silence the Doombots and then you get Patrioted. That'd be so funny. That would actually be very funny. But yeah, the longer this goes on, the more you're going to see, I think a lot of people regret not having Anti-Venom and Malekith if they didn't pick them up. Because those cards are, like, here. Let's just showcase. KM does his weekly tier list, right? How many of these decks have one or both Anti-Venom or Malekith? Not this one. Okay, of course it's not in any of the first 4 ones. But boom, there's one. Notice how, like, all the mid-range decks are running it. Hell, even fucking Discard is running Malekith. And then the Arishem Thanos stuff. Whose Thanos list was this? I was surprised to see this. It seems ambitious to me. Although, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of would like to try out Wiccan Gorr Thanos, but I'm not convinced on all of the card choices, but... Counting the days for rivals, feeling so burnt out. Yeah, I think there are a lot of people in that boat for sure. Random. Malekith being in discard now. Him pulling Scorn is bad, right? I mean, yeah, Scorn is definitely the worst result for sure. It's just some of the other results are so good, you're okay with that risk. Yeah, I always believed in Anti-Venom too. I was always surprised how down people were on that card on release. Heard there's a negative Thanos. Indeed. That one's from Regis. Or Revis. They gotta stop having such similar names, man. It trips me up. Yeah. I did play this at my own risk, and I'm not gonna lie, I got absolutely shit on. But, on the flip side of that coin, I know some other people who did very well with it, so I think his deck name was apt here. I think there's a lot of variance to this deck, but it can be incredibly fun when it works. And it's like, well, I can't say he didn't warn me, right? He did warn me. It was fun to play, though. I did have... That's probably some of the most fun I've had losing. But I know other people it did work for. Like, I think the concept behind it is actually quite interesting. Revis is a good deck builder. And I think this is well built for what it's trying to do. So yeah, I really think... I think Galacta too. Galacta is a shit ton of stats. This card is like... In a lot of ways, this card feels like it just power crept an already pretty good card in Gwenpool. Because think about it. Gwenpool is getting you a 4/6 that is getting you 6 more stats, right? And the upside with Gwenpool is, well, if you hit a Mysterio, you get a lot more stats, or a Shaw or something. But with this card, you're also getting those 6 stats. 6 stats if you play it on turn 4. Except you're guaranteed to be able to play them, or like benefit from them. You don't always get to play all the Gwenpool buffed cards. Remember Elsa Bloodstone? This is 10 times better. So I don't think that comparison works perfectly, because Elsa being a cheaper card didn't matter a lot. So it's like applications were different, but I do think the point stands that +3 is very strong, and this card will be very strong because of that. Like this card buffing Brood, buffing Galactus, buffing, like, this is just a very powerful effect. And so when this card comes out on turn 3 with Zabu or Psylocke, it's getting you 9 power. You're playing a 4/15. I think a lot of decks would play a 4/15 if they could. So I don't know. It's a 4/15 at best, and then like at worst it's like a 4/9 usually, right? If it's gonna be worse than a 4/9, you just don't play it. You need to make Elsa a 2/2 again. Wouldn't that be interesting? Yeah, Elsa's kind of faded out of relevancy. Original Elsa, though, unironically, one of the most busted cards that has existed. Everyone remembers Loki from that time, because Loki was the more feel-bad card, but when Elsa came out, they were Elsa decks that just put Loki in them. Can't you stack Elsa in this, then? You could. You definitely could. I don't think it's going to be worth doing that, though, because in order to do that, you need to have a lot of cheap cards to make sure you're able to fill the lane on turn 5. Think you'll be good with Galactus? I don't see why not, right? You play this on 4, you play Symbiote Spider-Man on 5, you play Galactus on 6. You get an additional 6 power from Galacta and 7 from Spider-Man, so that's 13, so you get 19 power Galactus. Seems pretty good. That's actually, here's one of my predictions. I think, and God, if this happens, there are going to be a lot of unhappy people. I think if and when this card just like kind of takes over and becomes a huge meta force, I think one of the counters will be people playing Galactus. Because Galactus just says no. Galactus just says no, you're not. Honestly, we should build that. What would that look like? Father and daughter, boom. You run wave for sure. Goblins, yeah, I mean goblins probably also good. Series 4 Zabu $100 bundles. Oh yeah, the 4U bundles. Yeah, probably like Electro, Blink, Goblin, Zabu. Zabu might be worth it. Are we running any other 4s? What does Zabu or what did Galactus lists even look like? Has anyone been playing Galactus or / has untapped stuff? I'd be curious to see what Galactus looks like. I have no idea. I haven't played Galactus in so long. Doesn't Galacta ruin the goblins? Yeah, I mean, she does give the goblins positive power. That is true. Oh, Symbiote Spider-Man for sure. But I imagine that's just one of those things where it's like, well, you play Hobgoblin when you're not doing this. Or, like, even still, a -5 Goblin is annoying for a Galactus lane, worst case. And then you need ways of getting like prio early on, probably, so they can't ruin you. So, I mean, Kate is usually pretty good because it gives you more stuff to fill out your curve and get prio, and you can get the acid arrow. Jeff, maybe. Jeff used to be popular in these lists for getting prio, but I low-key wonder if Hydra Bob is just better than Jeff at this point for this kind of deck. He's better at gaining prio. He's cheaper. And since he always moves at the end of turn, they can't like snap your Bob into moving into the Galactus lane very easily. Because Galactus will go off first. I think Nimrod would work, maybe. I think Nimrod requires too much other support usually. Yeah, we do need a card to win the Galactus lane, so we're probably gonna slam in a Goliath for sure. I remember when Jeff was in every deck. That is something I want to talk about, actually. I've been thinking about making that its own own video. Is like talking about like the erasure of Jeff. Because, man, Jeff was in every deck, man. Jeff was in every deck. And now he's in very few decks. I miss our little guy, Jeff. Null. Maybe. I think I'd run Cannonball if I want another big way to win a lane, to be honest. Cannonball's win. And the nice thing about Cannonball is he helps you win the game when you don't Galactus, too. So I think Cannonball is not bad. Cannonball, I think I am going to put in Bob just for getting Prio. Yeah, part of it is the context change too, right? Because a lot of the lockdown decks fell apart. And maybe it's just another 2. What do the 2s look like? Daredevil? Daredevil, actually, yeah, could be it. I'm so happy they made Daredevil a 2/3. Daredevil was one of my favorite early cards. He helped me get Infinite my first time, I think. Jeff is also dead because he does, because Hydra Bob does the same thing. Filling arbitrarily low curve plays better. Yes, yep. May I ask your take on the split compensation chart? Sure. So in general, I think, I know some people don't like how they did averages, and I'm not super in the weeds on how all that works out. But I think in general, they found a pretty decent way to split things up because, I mean, a big part of the problem was that not everyone has not everyone was affected the same. So I think having tiers is good. I think having tiers is pretty good. My only complaint in that respect was I think there should have been a tier between like the 1500 and the 7500. That seemed like a really wide gap. And I know there's some people who are like, I thought I was going to be in the higher gap, but I was in the lower gap. And unfortunately, it's just really hard to know where you were because nobody tracks that stuff. But in general, I think they did a fine job with the second round of split comp. Someone new here. Do you play the game or you just talk about the game? We're talking about it a lot today. Normally I do play it, but yeah. There've been a lot of interesting things to discuss today. So something like this is probably what I'll try. You have to do some more deck building with this card. Because I think this card is quite powerful. I'm surprised. I was surprised that it ended up being the season pass card, and I was more surprised they're giving it the Rian variant for the pass. I thought that would have been saved for the store. I don't know why it's taking a while to save, but we'll just let it go. Oh man, I've done like no bounty stuff this week. There's an actually half decent reward this week, isn't there, for like the personal thing, right? Yeah, you get a mystery variant. I should, I guess, try and do it. God, I've fallen off so hard on alliances. I really liked the feature when it came out, and now I just don't care that much anymore. So many Series 5 cards, I know. Make Martyr a 1/7. That'd be pretty wild. Series 6 cards when? Yeah. That's the solution to card acquisition. Just make a card that's harder to get than Series 5, and then people will appreciate Series 5 cards more. It's genius. They're playing the Scar deck. Do I like this hand enough to stay in on it? It's fine. We'll just top deck Pixie. We'll just top deck Pixie and it will be totally fine. Or literally anything that can be played. That is not anything that can be played, game. Unlucky. Oh, all right. Better late than never. Yeah, Series 5 bloat sucks. It sucks quite a bit. Don't worry. Surely the quarter one not spotlight. The quarter one series drop will fix everything. Surely. I'm upset. Although with these draws, I guess I'm not that upset. But still, that's annoying. That's quite annoying. The good news is we're stopping their Scar from being reduced. They stopped their own Zabu? They did. Yeah, I mean, I could have played in a different lane. That is true. It is a true statement. Oh, man. This actually could have been so cool, but I can't... Oh, wait, no. This still works, right? Will this blow up my... No, this will blow up the misery. This will blow up my misery, won't it? Shit. Because I do this, I play this, both these will re-trigger, misery will enter, and it will explode. Damn. I would gain 8, so if they play nothing here, I could still win. Fuck it. Oh, they got me with arrow. Good play. Oh, I didn't really make this deck. I took Jeet's deck and I changed one card. It is a cool deck idea though. He was running Phoenix Force, I cut it for Nico. It's a cool idea though. Yeah, I changed one card. Now it's my deck. That's how card games work, right? I imagine this matchup isn't the greatest. Carmitage is good for me though. Yeah, Gorr would have won in another location. I'm not used to playing around Arrow in this deck because I find more decks run it or don't run it than do run it nowadays. From what I see, what I've seen. Nothing to worry about. I mean, I think I just play the Mobius. You just play Mobius so they can't Scar. And we play Jane, and then we go off. Mobius will move to the middle, but that's fine. Oh, I didn't realize. I thought it was the Nico one that buffed herself, not the other card. But I mean, free power is free power. Sheesh, dude. Pretty fucking good for them. So I put it here because, like, I imagine they're gonna try and, like, Cosmo me or something over here. Sure. It's a little annoying. Actually, it's very annoying because it means I don't have Prio. I guess I wouldn't have had Prio anyway. So we go... Pretty sure the play is this. I don't like that this gets pumped, but... Or maybe I'm supposed to... Well, this is going to get pumped regardless. Cosmo is super going here, right? Maybe I just give up the middle. This is just a million points. Fuck it. I'm so dumb, dude. I'm so fucking dumb. Cosmo moves. Chat was like 2 seconds too late to save me there. Holy fuck. Cosmo moves. Holy fuck. Yeah, we should have just put one hammer here then to play it safe and we would have been fine. I was thinking about doing that too, but I was like, no, they're going to play the Cosmo here. Totally forgot about the fucking Asteroid M. Oh well. We'll run it back. Destroy cards, win with the snap, daily missions. Okay. 100 gold. That's cool. Oh, did I ever pay out the... I never paid out the prediction. Boom. Is Eitri worth to grind the diner? I think that's gonna vary per person. I think in general, it's usually worth to try and put in the effort to get a new card because it's a card you won't have to acquire at another point in time. But also, Eitri is like kind of niche, so if you're not really into the things that he's doing and you don't enjoy the diner, I don't think you're gonna feel terrible about missing him. He probably won't be in Spotlights for a while, though. He is a Series 4 card, though. So you could buy him with tokens, but I don't think he'd be a good use of 3k tokens. You could get him in the random spot. That's true. You could. We got the king. Yeah, Cassandra is definitely more worth the grind. Especially at the time. Because Cassandra was pretty big. Because Arishem was everywhere. I'm very curious if they end up nerfing Arishem again or not. People are so divided about that card. Alright, I lose Gorr, but that's not the biggest deal in the world. I mean, yeah, Arishem is definitely still pretty prevalent. Not as prevalent as it was when it came out, though. When it came out, it was the most played card, I think, ever. Do this, hope we draw Jane. I guess I should King Eitri get the hammer, because that increases my odds of finding Jane. The animation's cool. Oh lordy. Oh, they got my hammer. Lol. Oh, sick. We got Jane. I'm going to draw... I might not actually get the hammer because I have 2 other cheap things in my deck. I guess I can guarantee the hammer if I do this, though. Yeah, I wouldn't have gotten it. Sunspot, Sif. Probably should have snapped that turn, but oh well. Do. Surprised they stayed here. Yeah, they definitely might have Fenris. Misery on the hammers is super cool. Banana, banana, banana. We got Pixie. Any Nico draw twos? I'll snap back. Fuck it. We ball. Maybe he'll get draw 2 Nico and can use it on the yellow jacket. Alright, so it's Mobin time. Because I would like to have a not 4 mana wasp. Thank you very much. Madge, dude. That's some big Madge right there. Fucking hell. Although wait, what? Why? Hello? Opponent? Oh, they played this on 2, right? Before this was revealed. Just unlucky for them, I guess. I could also change this, but I don't think the Mobius is actually gonna make or break the game. So I'm gonna chill. Sheesh. This is a lot. Boom. Boom. Rude, but acceptable. They're running Infinite, so they're running Ghost Rider, I'm sure. Oh, I was hoping Jane would draw more zeros. We ain't get any zero flips? Sag. This is so annoying. I don't even think I need to proc it twice is the thing. Like, I think I'd rather just have an extra power here. Maybe I did need to proc it twice, though. Who knows? All I know is we have some big numbers. This is going to shrink our gore a bit, but... Oh, it died. Oops. Didn't really matter, but... Forgot about the Nico. What a deck. What a deck. One of the decks of all time. Get some juicy pass XP. Had some pretty good luck on the caches too. This deck's fun though. I'm digging it. Deadpool. Turn 1 Pixie? Sure. Sure. Not too big a deal. Beep beep. Four mana Gorr. Not bad. Agony Deadpool. Another... I see. Big Deadpool. He's so expensive. Yeah, we didn't get very good flips. The Gorr flip was good. Eitri was bad. Goliath didn't get a beneficial one. And their Deadpool is gonna get big. Mobius is gonna be very good in this matchup, feels like. Just denying them death. Pretty helpful. Wolverine. Any good Bucky decks? I haven't really tried out Bucky much since his buff. Oh. Well, it's definitely a trade. Venom. Sure. Now Ichu doesn't do anything, but it's not the worst thing in the world. What does this do? Replace the next location. So I could go boom, boom. They left. Okay. But yeah, for Bucky, I think you'd need more like a Tempo Destroy deck or a Lady Deathstrike deck or something. Those decks used to be kind of good, but I don't know how they're doing in more recent times. I'm going to hold. What's up, Blue? Tempo Destroy? Yeah, like the old Lady Deathstrike decks. You got the card? Nice. Well, that's usually good for them if they get Venom. It's good for us with Bill, though. The problem is our hand is a little full. Okay, just kidding. Now it's fine. I'm not going to snap because if they have Venom, it's concerning. Is Lockjaw Thanos still playable? I think so. I want to say it is, but I haven't played a ton of it, so I'm not 100% sure. Snapping here is such a bad play because they should wait till I lock in and then snap. I think I'm gonna go for it though. Draw both hammers and then just pop off a bunch. Might not be enough. We'll see. I want to play this. So I have hand space to draw next turn to give me options. The only not nice thing here is we got another draw Nico, which is going to kill this misery, which I don't love. But it's so much power, it's probably still worth doing. It just sucks that it leaves a whole empty lane, and then it's gonna buff their null too. It's so not nice. Maybe I should have put the Bill here. Or stacked Bill here and then Jane here or something. Oh, they're cooked. They lost the 50-50. Misery, baby. To me. Maybe I should have snapped back. I was too scared of Null, though. Null could have been real bad. Especially like Null Death or something. Although I guess Death wasn't cheap enough, probably. Oh yeah, if you still have it, Blue. I was curious what the untapped stats are looking like for like the general metagame. All right, Pixie good. Wolvie. Carnage. Hello. So there were 2 0-cost things in my deck that got flipped, that potentially got flipped around, so I don't need any more hand size here. Oh no, I do need more because it'll be 3 because there's a hammer in my deck. Yeah, Sarah I think is fine. Wait, how? I guess one of the zeros must have swapped to the... How does this work? With Pixie. Pixie says, shuffle the base cost of all cards in your deck that started there. So how did I only get 1 is my question. I know they can flip to themselves or flip to another 0. But if I have 2 base zeros, I guess it just wasn't chosen because I don't have my full deck in there. I guess that makes sense. OTA is the 12th. OTA is the 12th. So it should still flip the yellow jacket, even though it's not in my deck, right? Because it's all the cards that start in your deck, or does it only count the ones that are currently in your deck? Shuffle the base cost of all cards in your deck that started there. Oh yeah, yeah. It's because I only had one in the deck. All right. Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. Who are the diner donators? Good question. I saw a few when I was finishing mine.
All systems go.
Well, I mean, I don't see how they win from here. We just go boom, boom, and then Goliath or Gorr. Gorr is bigger, but Goliath is bigger if we go to like tie breaks versus null or something. So I think I'm gonna Goliath. I think that's a Deadpool, right? 8 power Deadpool, not enough. Well, seemed to do pretty alright versus Destroy, I guess. I imagine the Destroy matchup's hard when they get like the nuts, but you can bully them down pretty hard when they don't. This deck does have a good amount of power to it. Sometimes you get clunky draws, but super new. Any advice for getting a good deck? What's the best advice we can give for a new player? Truthfully, I think the best advice is when you unlock the token shop, save up for Arishem. Because Arishem can be built more budget friendly than just about any deck in the game, and it lets you play with a lot of cards you do not have access to. Until then, though, like a Zoo style deck, so a bunch of cheap things with Blue Marvel and Khazar has always been a good new player deck. So if you look up like Pool 1 or Pool 2 Zoo deck, you'll probably find some stuff that could be helpful for you. Yeah, and don't buy, generally speaking, don't buy Series 3s from your token shop. You want to save those for the higher series cards. Mobius. That's my Mobius. Is that a new Goliath? Yeah, this was part of the Food Fight album thing. I got it randomly. It showed up in a box for me. Do I want to draw this with King Eitri? I think I do, because it frees up my play next turn. Because even if I play Jane, I have a chance I top deck the hammer, and then I'm sad. Rude. Jeff is great, but he's not as good as he was in the glory days, sadly. Oh, damn. I could Pixie. You could go Nico Pixie. Draw 2. We don't really have good things left in our deck, though. So maybe it's just... If we don't go for big value on the hammer, we just go like Nico, Hammer, Gwenpool. Oh wait, the Pixie stuff doesn't matter because they have our Mobius. But this is still decent stats, isn't it? Although I guess at that point we'd rather just do this. Yeah, this will get shrunk, but whatever. Still pumps up the dude a lot. It's Sarah. Okay, it's Sarah control. Well, that's not great, because now they can just Shang me. It's not ideal. This doesn't seem good. This seems bad. They've also drawn like their whole deck. So we're gonna leave. Just reached 1,999 in ladder. Congrats. I wonder if movement has slowed at lower parts of ladder too. Because I was talking earlier about how at least in like the top 50 or top 100, people haven't been pushing SP as much this month. In part, probably because of Diner, but I think people are also just doing other stuff. Rained upon. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, if they shanked mid, they would have 0 power. They would have to commit something else to it. They could have Luke Cage because they're running Red Guardian, but most Sarahs don't run Luke Cage. This is probably just a monkey list. They could have Shadow King too, but that would also not win it on its own. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, the Umbreon's cool. It's so it's a French painting actually. It's a parody of this French painting. I think it's French. Tourne de Chat Noir, but it's an Umbreon instead of the cat. I got that at a convention a long time ago. So we have to protect Mobius with Pixie. Yeah, it's a little cut off. Like, it's a little bit out of frame. Oh, now we don't have to do the thing I just said. Nice. Yeah, we could look and see what Tempo Destroy is looking like. I feel like Tempo Destroy is going to have the problem of... So the Tempo Destroy decks have always been like mid-range piles. Okay, I guess they DC'd or left or something. I don't know. Tempo... They're trying to like be a mid-range deck, and I think they're probably just worse than the other mid-range decks right now, but we could do a little theory crafting. Should I buy the avatar? I guess I will. Might as well spend the points. Let's see. I'm going to use a website to do it so I don't have to delete a deck. Yeah, tech is quite good right now for mid-range piles. And that are just big numbers. Do points carry over to next season from Conquest? No. Spend your points if you got them. Lady Deathstrike. Bucky. I tried building something like this with Misery, but the problem is you don't run enough on reveals for Misery. At least that, like, aside from Hood. Oh, I wanted cost, not power. Cost. Let's see. Usually run Nico. X23. I've seen some people run Angel as a deck thinner, which is kind of funny. But I don't know if we're going to have space for that. What do I think about Professor X? I do not think Professor X is very good. Professor X, unfortunately, seems to have the bad. Trying to remember what these decks looked like when I built them last time. The only thing I like about Professor X is that he's dead. I kind of wish they would just rework the card, to be honest. Like, I can understand not liking his effect, but he's a cool character who should be doing something cooler than he does. Yeah. Carnage for sure. Do we skip Carnage? Venom I'm usually like 50-50 on, depending on what the rest of the deck looks like. I used to run this pretty light on the destroy things. We need Killmonger for sure. Killmonger good. Most of the time this type of deck has worked. It's because you're in a meta where people are playing a lot of like 1-drops or something, and then Killmonger goes super hard. Reworks in second dinner's game, yeah. Look, we get one rework a year. How many reworks have there actually been this year? This year I think we got more than usual. What are we cooking and can it play Fenris Wolf? Someone asked if I could try and make a Bucky deck, so I'm trying to rebuild the old tempo destroy lists. I don't think it's gonna... I'm not feeling confident it's gonna have enough points though, but we're trying. Squirrel Girl and Death, yep. Squirrel Girl for sure, Death for sure. Bird, I don't know if Bird is actually worth any more. 'Cause you only have a few ways of reducing the Bird. It did used to be worth. I guess you could put in Mysterio then too. Sure. Mysterio, Mockingbird. And then we have one spot left. What's the last spot go to? I think we need another 3-drop. Sasquatch, maybe? I mean, Sasquatch is good with Mysterio, and we do play a lot of cheap things. Yeah, I could try Glad, Fenris, Shang, that's true. Let's see, run... Yeah, Glad, I used to like Glad in these decks. Cull, maybe? Cull is just a thing you play on 4. How many? We have, what, 1, 2, we have 3 destroy effects. I'm always torn on the final slot. I mean, there are a lot of Shang targets around right now, but I don't love how you have to hold Shang till the end usually. I guess Sonic? This deck does get priority. Yeah, Diner... Losing in Diner sucks. It's very deflating. Put this in for now and just look a little more, but Cassandra's also not bad, just as a 3 to play on 3 that does something. Helps your Arishem matchup, which I imagine is really not good for this deck. Looks like Cassandra could be good in this spot too. And then, like Stefan said, like you could tweak this into a Fenris deck by going like Fenris for Mysterio, Bird for Glad. Maybe put in a Shang. But Negasonic helps too. Hello, I enjoy your content. I've been collection complete since July 2023. If character mastery is another misfire, then I'm done. Well, here's hoping it's not. Thanks for the follow. It's just, what's really wild to me is I'm surprised they decided to call Deadpool's Diner's rerun Deadpool's Diner 2.0 when they didn't really do anything to it other than like take away the bots. They didn't like, it's crazy to me they got so much feedback about it and how they could have made it better, and even the simplest thing like making the grind less shitty between 600k and 30 mil. Like, even just doing something like that, I think would have gone a long way. But they didn't. Alright, well, I'll save this as it is, and I'll post it in chat. And yeah, if you want to modify it and try out the Fenris route, that might just be better than this version. But I don't know, you have to try it and see how it feels. But something like this is how I would go if you're trying to play Bucky. You could put in another destroy effect too, because we are a little light on them, but it's hard to fit everything you want. I hate Diner, and I thought Character Mastery was launching in December. They said they were going to try and get it out by December. We don't really know if it's happening or not. One of the data mine sites said they don't think it's happening this month, but nothing's really set in stone. Because the only information, as far as I understand, that they have is like, normally they see a little bit more stuff added in earlier to prepare for the new feature, but that doesn't mean it's not possible. They, just didn't do that this time. It's entirely possible, but what is this? Fantasy Sauron. Remember when people played this card? Those were the days. I've opened up around 25 of those Venusaur promos and still haven't seen one Greninja. Me too. Greninja's actually the only one I haven't been able to find too. I've got one of the fancy Venusaur. I got all my Jigglypuffs and Haunters. Many Onyxes. I got 2 Greninja. Is it good? I like Greninja a lot as a Pokemon personally. I like it in pocket. I think it's pretty decent. Especially if you're going to try out the non-EX queue. I love how that has seemed to catch on. I tried out no EX before it got cool. We did that on stream like a little bit before it got a bit more popularized. I think it's a great way to play the game. Makes for a more interesting and diverse environment than the regular Pokemon meta right now, I think. So they're playing Thanos. Lieutenant Kitten Mitten. Wait. Why didn't this show up here? Bug? It's not Arishem. Okay. Thanos Destroy. They have 12 cards, so they have a bigger deck. Yeah, Pocket's been dope. Pocket's been quite dope. I played a lot of it during the first month, and so I feel like I haven't had as much to explore because the base set is, you know, only so big. But I kind of expected that. So I'm mostly waiting for new cards. But the Jigglypuff gave me a reason to play some more, and the Jigglypuff was fun. I'll probably stream some Jigglypuff at some point. So it's Destroy Thanos. A lot of people played this. A lot of people played Destroy Thanos, like, when Thanos got buffed. Mostly thinking about whether I should snap or not. I might chill for now. Always the middle top row. My strategy is just always pick wherever the cards started. That's the one strategy. Obviously, it's all just random stuff. It doesn't really matter, but that's been my strategy, and it's worked out fairly well. Oh, they haven't played Reality Stone yet, right? So they could get rid of this. Concerning. Holy Negasonic. I just do this, and then I'm just trying to get ahead, and then I can lie at the Cancun too, so they can't stone it. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get ahead though. Maybe I will though. Oh fuck, they're running Shang. Well, my cheeks have been sufficiently clapped, it would seem. That's kind of funny, but it didn't actually matter all that much. Yeah, generally speaking, I think Destroy Thanos is kind of terrible, but Shang-Chi can go pretty far in this matchup. I'm definitely a believer of the bent pack rule now. Oh no. Wait, do I have this? Use emote. Yes. Boom. We now have a new 7TV emote. Adge. Boom. Oh boy. Mind Stone. Just what I wanted. I don't even want to play this. I'm just gonna play the fucking Mind Stone. Bum, bum, bum. Kinda want to try some Thanos Zoo, too. I might play some Pokemon tonight. Not the card game, but the ROM hack I've been playing. na 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 na. So I'm gonna turn it into a demon, but sacrifice my demon, I guess. I guess I could sacrifice E-Tree next turn. That's probably better. It also gives me the option to just not sacrifice it. Although not sacrificing it doesn't actually help me very much. Suicide Squad game 95% off. I've heard about this actually, yes. Still too much, yeah. I was in another chat the other night and I was joking about how they'd have to pay me $4 to play that game. Did they give that out for free on Epic? Really? It's like, I'm sure it's fine if that's your type of game, but like for that price at least, but I mean, how do they win, right? Like, it's just they play big Thanos and they lose. So we lock them in. They could Shang me. That'd make me kind of sad. Alright, I don't care about Shang on the right. Don't care about that at all. They also backtracked from the game and said, no, that Batman was a fake one. It's not canon. Really? They did that? I know there was a lot of controversy about that. I think part of that is, you know, the timing ended up being really unfortunate since the dude who did his voice was so iconic and that was his last role doing it, and people weren't happy with how he went out, which is understandable. Speaking of Batman, I've been watching some of the new animated series they've been doing, and I've actually quite liked it. It's no like, what was it, like late 90s, early 2000s Batman, but I've enjoyed it. I've been watching it on the treadmill at the gym. And I've had a pretty good time with it. Yeah, Kevin Conroy. I was blanking on the name. It definitely is hurtful. It's such a shame. He wasn't even that old. It's really the sad thing. Kevin Conroy was just so good, man. How old was he? He was 66, man. That's fucked. That's not like old, you know? Such a shame to see someone that talented go so young. The funny thing is, like, they could have actually made that game be a pretty okay game, I think, but I don't know, like, they just shouldn't have tried to make a fucking, like, too many games try and be live service when they have no business being fucking live service. I think that's the lesson that should be learned. Too many games, man. They get baited by the live service money, and then they get screwed because they don't actually do the things that they don't do the things well enough to actually make people want to invest into the live service games. It's just so dumb. Order to play around Negasonic, even though I doubt they play Negasonic here. It's possible. Okay. Live service slop is the new random FPS or way too edgy reboot from the PS360 era. Yeah, kind of, you know? At least Batman fans got something cool with the Penguin, though. The Penguin was so sick. I enjoyed the Penguin so much. Wait, where's my deck, bro? Wait, what? Where the fuck did my... Is this just bugging? Oh, I just have one card in my deck. None of these... This is the only thing I got flipped. I'm gonna do this, get extra power, and... see what happens. Holy shit, that's a lot of cards. I actually probably shouldn't have done this, because now it can get shanked. Oh, they're gonna take Prio, and I can just drop the hammer. Oh. Ah, shit. Sakaar? That could screw them over. Of course it pulls my worst target, but it pulls their Shang. So that might just be good enough to win me the game. Bro, what is the... What are they snapping on here? The Shang is gone. How do they have enough power to beat me? Watch the last card's Shadow King. The last card... No, the last card's Thanos. We actually know what the last card is. Yeah, brother. What was that? What are we doing here, bud? I mean, I guess if they counted Gorr, they would have been like, Gorr isn't big enough to win me the lane, but my Gorr costs 3, buddy. I don't think they counted the Gorr, though, if I'm being honest. But we take those. I heard Lewis and Superman is good. It is. I have actually really liked My Adventures with Superman. I don't know if I've watched... I don't remember if the first season ended or not, where I stopped watching. I think it did. Or, no, it was the second season, right? I don't know. I watched all of or most of that show, and I greatly enjoyed it. And that's coming from someone who's not, like I'm not a huge Superman fan. I don't dislike Superman, but he's just never been my, never been, one of my more favorite superhero characters. Just because, I think he's one of those characters that runs into the issue of when, a character's so OP, it trivializes things a bit. And that's one of the cool things about My Adventures with Superman is you get to see, the early, early Superman where he's still trying to, figure it out. And I think that's so much more fun than seeing, in his prime Superman. Because it creates more interesting, tension. These all suck. Yeah, it's the anime one. It was great. I greatly enjoyed it. The art style was fun. I think the plot points were done well. It was just a good show. It was just a very good show. I guess I'm just going to take discard and eventually play discard, maybe? Didn't like the children. Oh yeah, the children are part of one or two of the plots. I didn't mind them too much, but I could understand that. This deck is doing pretty good for us. Been ripping Malekith discard. It's a good deck right now. It is. It is indeed a good deck right now. You press the series drop in the app on Android and iOS, it crashes the game. Yeah, I saw someone pointing that out, actually. Very silly, small indie company. I might have to put this border on here. I've been saving this one, but Misery might just deserve it. I haven't been playing much Misery, but this deck has been really fun. I've actually been having a great time with it. I think we've been getting lucky, though. Yeah. The series drop thing is just blowing up the app. All-Star Superman is the only story where I like seeing him OP. Yeah, there's so much Superman lore. Like, so many of these established characters have so much like lore to it. We have to pick an icon. Yeah, we have to pick an avatar. This could be a good one. There's Madge Copycat. Because I like Sephiroth's voice actor being a nice guy. Wait, which, who did he play in that? I need to play the second Final Fantasy remake still. It's on my list. I have it, but I haven't played it yet. I loved Final Fantasy Remake 1. Goliath is another cool one. I don't even own this variant, by the way. I get this randomly. Symbiote Spidey's not a bad one. This isn't a bad one. I have a lot of avatars. This is still one of my favorites, but I already got that one done. I kind of love this one too. Professor X just giving you the salute. It's pretty funny. Yeah, I haven't played Wukong either. That's a game I'm gonna pick up at some point, cheap and have fun with. I've been generally good about avoiding buying games recently and waiting for them to go on sale, but then some of them did go on sale, and so I bought them, and I haven't had much time for it. I started playing The Binding of Isaac again on a fresh save. That's been fun. I picked up Metaphor ReFantasio, which I started, which has been fun. And this week is packed, man. Like, I was showing my calendar for the streaming stuff. This coming week, we have the new COD Zombies map on Thursday, and then Path of Exile Early Access and Rivals on Friday and the weekend. It's like, damn. A lot of things I'm interested in happening all at once. So the end of next week's gonna be hype. Yeah, Rivals should be fun. I don't know if I'm gonna end up streaming a whole lot of Rivals or not, because I like Rivals as a game, but I don't know if it's gonna be something that fits my streaming vibe. But I'm gonna try it. Platinumed Rebirth on the Vita. Oh, that's sick, dude. The Vita. I loved my Vita so much, and I played. That's actually where I played the most Isaac, was on the Vita back in the day. I love that little thing. The Vita got so fucked, man. The Vita just, it was a great machine that came out at the wrong time, and then Sony did dumb things to make it harder for it, like the memory card situation and whatnot. I think I'm gonna go with the Moon Knight. It's just such a shame, because it was so ahead of its time, and it was such a cool idea. and I still have mine, and I still love mine. I have the special white Assassin's Creed version of the Vita 1000. I had a regular one, and I sold it to get the white Vita because I thought it was cooler looking. You've heard the rumors that apparently Sony's trying to develop a new handheld. I hope it works, man. That's actually a project I want to like do, maybe for a side channel or a new channel or something. Like, because I do have some idea for some more generalized gaming videos, but one of them is like I want to talk about the fascination with handhelds, because I feel like, and I imagine most of the people who watch the stuff I do fall into this age group. If you're someone who was born in like somewhere between the 90s and like, I don't know, I guess just like the 90s forward, so many of us really love handheld gaming, and you can see that in how the Switch sold like better than almost any other console ever. And I think so much of that is rooted in like when you grow up with like a Game Boy or a DS, or when you grew up with a handheld thing, there is such a fun novelty of being able to play a game on a handheld. And when you're a kid, it's better because like, you know, you're riding in the car or like you're going somewhere, and so like I feel like you use the portability factor more when you're a kid versus when you're an adult. Like I love my Switch and my Steam Deck, but I don't actually make use of the portability of it very often, like maybe on a plane or something. But most of the time, like, I'm just playing it at my house, you know? Like, but I love it. Like, even though I could play it on a big screen TV or whatever, there's something very fun to me about, especially, like, now that we can play some more demanding games on handhelds, like the Steam Deck, it's like, it's so cool. It's just such a fun thing. There's something about that experience that makes it more fun. And I feel like this is like a universally shared experience for so many people that just feel that way about handheld gaming, and it makes me very excited for the Switch 2. Grew up getting dragged outside by your parents. Fun antidote off of that. Yeah, I remember when I'd be hanging out at a friend's house and his mom would tell us to go outside, and we're like, okay, and we just like slip our Game Boys in our pocket. It was great. But I think that'd be a fun topic to cover, because it's like, I feel like it's such an obvious thing, but people, speaking as someone who does it, people love like a long drawn out like things explaining stuff like that on YouTube. That type of content's doing very well. So it could be fun to try. It is just fun. I can count the number of times I played my Switch docked on one hand. Yeah, when I got my Switch, I didn't take the dock out of the box for like 3 or 4 months. All right, well, let's do a prediction. Will we win Game 5? Will we win Infinity Conquest? Yes or no? Bet your meme coins. Who knows? Someday they could go to the moon. Switch should be the goat if it actually ran things at more than 10 FPS. What's interesting is I was watching a thing the other night where someone upgraded like the cooling in like they made a docked only Switch by just transferring the components and put in better cooling, and then they modded it and overclocked it, and it's actually really impressive what you can do with that thing once you break it out of the factory settings, especially given that the Switch is a fucking toaster in terms of like the hardware in it. The hardware was kind of outdated when it came out 8 years ago. It's quite remarkable it is even able to do what it does. Yeah, I think we're going to go for this avatar. But I'm so excited for the Switch 2. I'm like, day one purchase for sure. And I don't know how many of you might have seen this. It was so funny. Like, obviously scalping's been a problem with newer consoles, right? Especially during like COVID when parts were more limited, and so they didn't have as many things to produce when like the PS5 and the Xbox came out. But they asked Nintendo, like, hey, how are you planning to combat resellers? And they're just like, we're just going to make so fucking many of them that it won't be a problem. And while I'm not going to say I 100% believe that, because I think the demand for the thing is going to be insane, I do think that's probably why it got delayed, because it was supposedly they wanted it out sooner, but they pushed it back so they could have more time to like make enough of them. Didn't have to deal with the part shortages as much. It's gonna be insane. It's gonna be insane. Yeah, the Steam Deck is a really impressive machine. I love my Steam Deck. It's what's also really cool about the Steam Deck is if you have a good computer, you can play a game at like a higher setting than the Steam Deck can run, and you can just stream it to the Steam Deck. Like, I've done that before, and it's amazing. Like, I'm running Starfield at like very high settings or something, and I just beam it right over to the Steam Deck. And it uses less of your battery because you're not like running it natively. It's sick. Super sick. All right. Wish me luck. We're going in. Playing SMT Nocturne on the go with HD audio and music mods was lovely. Yeah. That's a game I have to beat at some point. I remember my friend was telling me about his journey with like the final boss fight in that game. It sounded crazy. Like, he knew the correct things to do and was still getting his ass beat. The old SMT games are hard. They're not for the faint of heart. Why, oh why, does it have to be Arishem? I mean, I guess I can't fault them too hard because they're a lower CL player, so what are you gonna do? But it still makes me sad. It's gonna make this not as enjoyable. Oh, look at that. Wow. That's so interesting. They managed to generate a card that wins them this location that is very niche and specific. And they didn't even snap on it. I mean, I'm not going to show them more of my deck when they have a lane 1 for free. Yeah, Metaphor is sick. I've only played a little bit of it, but I really like it. That's so fucking annoying, man. It's so cringe. Fucking Arishem, man. Fucking Arishem. We had so many games versus good, honest decks. Of course, the last game has to be versus Arishem. They should make it so Arishem replaces the whole deck. I wholeheartedly agree with that. And the best part about that is it would be so funny seeing the tone shift from all the people who say they love the randomness of Arishem. I would bet money those same people suddenly have a problem with the randomness when they can't put in Blob and Eliath and every tech card in the game in the deck. Like, it's just so dumb. You snap on this? I don't even know, man. I don't even know. Arishem, I never feel good on snapping into Arishem. Like, I probably should. Arishem just totally fucks my whole read on snapping. I think it's just this, and then we Jane. I mean, I could Bill, but I think I'd rather Mobius. Stop all the bullshit. I don't know. I'm gonna see what they do. They play Big Man Thanos. Turn 4 Thanos, by the way. I drew the hammer. I'm just gonna chill, I think. I don't feel good about this, even though I probably should. Oh, neat. A 12 power Nico. Where did this... How did... Wait, what? Oh, Krakoa. I see. And of course, Yellow Jacket swapped to itself. Holy fuck, man. Jane draws Pixie at 0 cost, right? Yes, yes she does. Well, that's unfortunate. Fortunately, they are very bad at snapping, as many Arishem players are. I like Arishem for completing weeklies. Yeah, I mean, it's great for getting your quests done without having to think about it for sure. No argument against that. Alright, I'm going to do something kind of cute here. I'm going to do this so I don't get shanged. I would like to not be Shang-Chi'd, please. Of course it hits Thor. Although I guess I can just play Mobius. We're keeping Arishem in the game, so he keeps plummeting the Steam chart every month. Yeah, I hate Arishem so very, very much. It's such a cringe card. And maybe I'm supposed to put it over here, actually. I'm sure they'll generate a Scar, although I guess that doesn't matter because we have Mobius, but... Activate in case they, like, Goliath me or something. There's no harm in doing it. I wonder if it shows them I activated. I don't think it does. Not that it really matters, but... Excuse me? Don't I just win? I'm just worried if I snap, they're gonna leave. I'm debating just taking my 2. But I would like to get 4 here. I would really like to get 4 here. Fuck it. Fuck it, we ball. Maybe if they're bad at snapping, they're bad at retreating too. Survey says that is the correct answer. As much as I detest Arishem with just about every fiber of my being, I really can't fault someone lower CL using it, because being low CL has to suck. I would do that if that's the position I was in. I guess I think their logic was basically, well, Tribunal will let me win the middle, but staying there is crazy. Yeah. I don't know if I'd go so far as calling it a necessary evil, but like it's the only nice thing I'll probably ever say about the card, for sure. I think I'm gonna play it. Yeah, it's like they really just need to find a, like, because it shouldn't have to be the necessary evil, right? Like they should just find a better solution for newer players. But unfortunately, you know, who knows how long that is going to take. Goliath, eh? Very interesting. Arishem is load bearing, yeah. I can respect that analogy. To me. I'm never gonna be able to have time to do what I'm really trying to do here, but maybe it'll be okay. Or like bearing my load. Jesus Christ. Well, the good news is whoever wins Baxter probably wins the game unless they play Orange Stone Thanos. Bonk. My problem is I don't have Prio, which sucks, because if I had Prio, we could like Goliath into Gorr. Alright. I see you, Jane. You are seen. I don't play this yet, because I don't need to. They're gonna play Thanos. Right? Adam Warlock. Holy. Looks pretty good. I think we snap. They don't usually respect it. I could play Goliath instead of Gorr in case of their own Goliath. Are we doomed if they fart though? Because I'll get 6 and then 12. I still get 18. They would go to 28. I would go to above 28. So we're fine. Yeah, classic Stormbreaker having text. This is such a good example of why, like, it's hard to learn anything meaningful from Conquest, because, like, there is just a very unfair skill gap here with a 32,000 collection level player versus a 2,000 one. It's like, I really don't think the game should allow me to play people like this. I don't think it's very fair. but I don't make the rules. Speaking of new player retention, yeah, this is gonna make someone feel real good about playing Snap, right? I imagine it's like a relatively niche issue because a lot of the newer players, I think, are kind of kept in their own little realm, at least for like ladder. But once it's just the ones that hit infinite, it's like they get screwed, or conquest too, obviously. He's also on infinite 5 conquest. Yeah, I mean Arishem can carry, you know. Arishem is pretty good at carrying. Because Arishem is just so stupid in conquest. Just don't hit infinite. Harsh truth. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. Can't say you're wrong about that. I guess I'd rather play Mobius first. Get the benefit immediately. Because we have Jane, so we don't want an extra chance to draw our hammer. Mobius has been going really hard in this matchup. Super cringe. I don't love that. It means I can't play Gorr, but I don't think I'll need to play Gorr. I think we can just win. They're going to play Thanos this turn, probably. Oh man, I got scared for a moment because I thought I wasn't going to get a draw.
All systems go.
Holy dude, he's huge. I could still lose this. I think it's hard for me to lose this. Like, pretty damn hard. Ladies and gentlemen, did we get him? Ladies and gentlemen, we fucking got him. My condolences, low CL player. Although, slightly less condolences, because fucking Arishem, but, you know. Cool, we did it though. You love to see it. I got a friend into the game a couple months ago. I was surprised he never complained about post-infinite games. I got more rants from him about X-Mansion being bullshit. That's funny. Did they get to infinite? I assume if you're expecting that, they did get to infinite, right? Yeah, every month. That is very surprising to me. Because, man, the fact that, I mean, if you've been watching the streams for any period of time, you know, you'll occasionally see the 1,000 or less collection level players, right, at high infinite, because the game boosts their MMR because they're new. And they win a lot versus the bots and whatever else. And so, and then it throws them into the higher infinite pool before it figures out where they're supposed to be. And dude, I feel so bad for those people. It's so fucking terrible. It's such a bad experience. Like, I know part of it is like, I'm not saying this is the main reason it happens, but like, part of it naturally is the classic thing of like, oh, if I'm getting crushed by people who have all these cards I don't have, it drives that desire of, you know, getting someone to spend money to buy the cards they're missing, to think, you know, that will help fix that problem. And for some people it might, and for others it won't. Like there are different ends of that spectrum. Damn, we just shellacked them. Gotta say, Mobius MVP'd that matchup so hard. Like, I can't overstate. Mobius, we had Mobius like 2 or 3 games, and they were all games where they had Quinjet and Timestone Thanos. Like, Timestone Thanos is fucked up in Arishem, because it means they can play Thanos on 4. Like, it's usually pretty good. Cool. Well, that's exciting. That means I get a post about this deck, and that's great, because this is the first King Eitri deck I've played that I really liked. Shout out to Jeet for the idea. I've seen other people trying stuff like this, but Jeet's is the first one I saw that I really liked. Look at that nice avatar. That was my last ticket, too. Cool. Boom. Aspiring Illuminati. And it finished up our XP stuff. What do we get? What do we get? 5 boxes. Go. Boosters. Boosters. Credits. Pog. Credits. Pog. Credits. Pog. Alright, pretty good, actually. This right here, ladies and gentlemen, is why they capped the thing to 100. It was a very small percentage of people, but there are some people who farmed the shit out of this, and I think they got out like bandits. It's more time than I would ever put into farming resources for free. Like, I don't think my time is worth that, but if you can do it on the side while you're doing other stuff and it helps you get more stuff in the game, I don't blame it. Just don't tell Cheat you took out PF, yeah. Is Jeet on Twitter? I want to tag him in the post if he is. I had his Twitch channel up, so he should have, if he has Twitter, maybe it's there. Didn't they just use bots for that? Some people did, yes. There are definitely people who botted, but I know there are also some people who did not and were just fucking gamers, dude. They just grind. Do we bling out Bill as a celebration? Do we make Bill look nice and fancy with one of our free borders? Kind of like the gold on him. I've noticed way less boosters and more gold/credits past 50 this season. Yeah, it varies. I've had seasons where it's been great and seasons where it's been trash. A lot of variance to it. Feels good when you get the, good resources, though. That's for sure. I think I'm going to give him a gold border. I think it looks nice. I think I like it better than the sparkly one. Normally I like the sparkly one better, but I think the gold looks better. I don't know, what do you guys think? Also have to pay out the believers. Choose prediction outcome. Yes. So the good news is once you get the card, all you need to do is get to that 600k bub mart, which if you don't have a stockpile of bubs or the 30 mil bub mart, once you get to that, you can literally do the rest of it in like 30 minutes to an hour or something. You can really do the rest of it quickly. Like getting to the card is, I think, more than halfway of the whole thing because of the exponential scaling. Like I went from getting the card to finishing the diner in one play session before like Thanksgiving dinner or something. The most annoying part is just getting the to the 30 mil. Once you get to the 30 mil, it's very... The other pro tip is, since you still have some days left, I just would YOLO it before I go to bed. Play the biggest table you can, and then just all in. And then if you lose, you just go to sleep and you get them all back. The only problem with that advice... Wait, we just have tomorrow left? Wait, it ends on Tuesday? What? Really? I thought it went until Thursday. No kidding? Deadpool's Diner 2.0. So did I had to look it up. Really? That's so shitty. Why would you cram it in during the holidays and then cut it short? That's so stupid. You can check in-game. Oh, good point. I'm going to give Bill this border. He earned it. Billy Boy earned his border. 3 days, 15 hours? Okay, so it is Thursday then. If that's what it's saying in-game. I can't tell which of these I like better. I really like the colors on hip, but this is pretty badass. Let me use this one for now. Here, we'll look. Yeah, 3 days, 14 hours. So the website's wrong. Apparently, wouldn't be the first time the website is wrong. That or in-game is wrong, but if I were to bet which one was wrong, I would say the website is probably wrong, because that's happened a lot. Deadpool's Diner is back. Second event is the 21st through the 3rd. So it's Snap Zone that's wrong. Yeah, I guess so. I wouldn't be surprised if the Snap website had it wrong too. It wouldn't be the first time. Let me... Oh, no. Did I get rid of my... Oh, fuck me. Yeah, I got rid of my screenshot. I accidentally refreshed Twitter and it got rid of my... Oh, that's so annoying. Now I have to go back into the VOD to clip it. It's so annoying. Hold on. Pause. Go to... How the hell do I access my VOD while I'm live? I know there's a way to do this. Oh, I think I have to go creator dashboard, content, video producer, highlight. All right, I can fix this. All right. Where is it? I just need a screenshot of winning it. Here we go. In the meantime, I'm gonna donate some bubs to people. Well, let me do this. If anyone wants bubs, if you're trying to finish the diner and you want to try and Q snipe me, feel free. I don't know how much matchmaking determines it in this mode. I know they loosened it. But I don't know how much they loosened it. But if you're someone who's still looking for bubs and you want to, you want a chance to get some free bubs, I'm gonna donate. Alright, cool. I found my thing, so I can just screenshot that. With Gorr Thors. Does anyone know if Jeet has Twitter? I want to say he does, but I'm not sure what his tag is. Maybe it's the same as his Twitch. He does. If you have a link or you know the username, let me know, because I want to tag him. Also, shout out whoever suggested checking out this deck. Good suggestion. It was fun. Final thoughts on Gorr. Is he worth the 6K? Do you like big 6 drops? Do you like playing on reveal decks, Anti-Venom, or Mr. Negative? The answer to any of those questions was yes. I think Gorr is going to be pretty nice to you. Started to donate in the diner, but it's full of bots. Yeah. That's why I've been picking these bigger tables, because though they still have bots, I find I get more people there. Do you like winning? Who doesn't, right? I hate losing more than I like winning, though. Which is something I've worked hard to improve on. But yeah, Gorr is good. I think Gorr is a pretty good buy, personally. I think the card is pretty good. Again, feel free to snipe for some free bubs. We're just trying to give them away to people. Alright. I'm losing. Really dislike this season of Deadpool's Diner. It just feels horrible to play. The good news is, you are not alone in that assessment. Far from it. I know it's easy to be like, well, you know, online is always the vocal minority and people are more likely to talk about things they dislike than like. And not saying that isn't true, but when you look at just the sheer volume of it, it's like, holy fuck, man. Like, the last time I checked the Deadpool's Diner thread on the Discord, it was like 25 positive upvotes, 400 negative or something ridiculous. It was like, holy shit. Even a lot of people I know who are like, yeah, I kind of liked the diner the first time, but it's been not fun this time. I just hate that so much time and effort went into this mode. Because it doesn't do enough to make it like feel different from regular Snap, other than making you feel really bad about when you lose. But I have to imagine it makes them some money from people just spamming the bub marts for gold. Gloria. We're doing our charity work.
Better than that time Juggernaut ripped me in half.
Also, I do not think, like, most times I'm a fan of them adding voice lines to stuff. I'm not a big fan of the Deadpool voice lines. I think this is a bot. Let's emote them. Fist bump. I'm losing. I'm not going to snap, because I don't want to give the things away if they're not a bot. A bot should have instantly ended their turn, though, I think. So it might not be a bot. Usually they insta-end the turn. This feels like a bot, though. I don't want to donate my bubs to a bot. I'd rather them go to real people. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is a bot, so I'll just leave. But yeah, I mean, I've said it a million times, and I said it a lot, you know, back when the diner first came out, but I think Deadpool's Diner just creates more negative experiences than positive ones. And to reiterate on a point that I think KM made about Conquest a while ago, if like the main positive thing about your game mode is the free rewards that don't actually have anything to do with the gameplay, I think you have made not a great game. Or like this version of it is not a great game. And I think that very much applies to Deadpool's Diner. You gotta win a game to not get a bot as well? Really? Oh man, are you serious? That's gonna make this so shitty. What if I go to a different table? I mean, I'll probably just do donating off stream because people don't want to watch this, but we'll try a few more. No, they definitely, so I think you can still get regular people. Like, they got rid of the bot pity timer because people were abusing it last diner. Like, I'm sure there's still some way to it, but it's no longer consistent. It used to be if you lost like 8 or 9 times in a row, you'd always get a bot, and people were cheesing that. Also, another way you can tell, apparently, I don't think bots are in alliances. So we hit them with the I'm losing.
Smells like victory. Time to make the chimichangas.
Wait, they left? Did they leave there? Yeah, because the game ended. Oh my god. This is another one where I think, yeah, should be a... They didn't know. They didn't know about the losing tech. I'm losing. Point. Fist bump. The people who aren't in the know probably think this is just BM. I mean, I guess I could just wait to snap, and then they see I'm not doing anything, so they figure it out, but... Get them bubs, buddy. This diner I started yesterday, so I'm only at 9 million. Hey, 9 million's pretty damn good for starting a day ago. I was very slow at the diner this time. I was also being kind of inefficient, though. And I felt zero reason to try and, like, get the card quickly, because I wasn't excited for the card. This deck's been fun, though.
Let's take the edge off. Chimichangas on me.
It's easier to donate at this table, too. Fist bump. I'm losing. Deadpool's Diner is awesome. I think my casual, variance-heavy card game need is catastrophic consequences for losing. That is... Alright, so, like... This is the thing that, This is the thing that blows my mind, is, like... In so many ways, Second Inner has gone out of their way to make this game very... I mean, it's kind of funny to use the word accessible, because that's a bit of a awkward buzzword when it comes to card acquisition. But when I say accessible, I mean in terms of like playing it, right? For like if you're a casual gamer, I don't think anyone can deny Second Inner tried to make Snap more appealing to get more people in who aren't card game people, right? I think even they've been very open about that fact. It's not like hidden. This is just what they did, and I think it's part of the reason they had so much success. Which is why it's fascinating to me when they make certain decisions for things like this or leagues or like, I mean, I get it. Maybe you're trying to like appeal to your more competitive people too a bit, but anytime they try and appeal to the competitive people, it's always like, it's funny because they're not actually appealing to the competitive people, because there's always like an asterisk making it not super competitive, right? Like Deadpool's Diner isn't super competitive because there are bots and it's really not that hard to do. And I mean, last time you could argue there was competition for the title, but that was mostly bot farming in the highest table. Leagues is the same thing. It's like you could be an objectively better player and, you know, win more games and get bigger cube gains, but if you don't have a lot of time to play and someone else does, you're probably not, you know, topping the league unless you get a very casual league. So it's like they try and do these pseudo competitive things, but those things don't even really give the actual competitive people what they want. It creates this illusion of being competitive, which, I mean, I guess they're trying to like make it more appealing to more people, but when you cultivate your game off of being casual and wanting to, you know, be easy to approach, like you think there would be more decisions made to like, I don't know, make those players feel better about like the game. Like High Voltage was celebrated for this, right? People were like, wow, this is great. I don't have to stress about my rank. I don't have to play a million games versus Arishem in Conquest. Like I can just do my daily missions and I can have some fun, and I'm playing the game in a way that is different than I normally get to play it. Like High Voltage was just such a slam dunk to me. It just showed how many people really wanted this casual mode, just to, you know, do their quests and chill. And it was faster too, right? So like they did that, and it was such a good response, and Deadpool's Diner just feels like the opposite of that in every way. But it doesn't really fulfill its core function of actually providing something more engaging for the tryhard people, because most of the tryhard people finish it in like a day or two, or by the weekend or something, and then they're not interested in playing it more. Like, they just want to get it over with and get the rewards and move on. I keep hitting the wrong button. I came from playing Madden for like 30 years, and I got hooked on Snap Hard. Never played a card game before. That is exactly the type of person they're trying to get into the game, and I think it is a huge reason why the game has had so much success. It's like, hey, you like Marvel stuff? You like card games? Boom. And it works. Like, it makes sense. It's just surprising, like, they know they're catering to that audience, and then they release a mode that is like the opposite of everything that audience likes about the game. And then Arishem makes it so much worse, man. Like, the Diner, at least there was less Arishem this time, although I know some people still get a million Arishem decks in Diner, but at least there was less Arishem this time for me. Arishem makes this mode so miserable, because it's like, oh, you're telling me that, you know, in this mode that's all about information and knowing when to stay and when to leave, I have to play against a thing I can't reasonably make good reads against? Fantastic. Getting Goliath on turn 5 and then Shang and Shadow King turn 6 from a Arishem plus Thanos deck has got to be the most tilting thing ever. Yeah. It sucks. It sucks a lot. First Deadpool's Diner, people played it because it was the salvation against Arishem. Yeah, like, it got you the card that helped beat the most annoying thing. It's sad because people can see the meteor coming with Snap, and they don't seem like they're reacting to it, avoid it in time. Yeah, I mean, the other thing we have to remember, too, is that, like, I'm sure, I mean, I know there are casual people who share some of the same issues as the online community does. Like, I'm aware these people exist. But I still think, and I've said this many times over the years, like, all the hardcore people and content people could probably disappear overnight, and the game would still be successful. It would make less money, but I'm pretty sure it would still be successful. But, like, just because that's the case, it doesn't, like, invalidate... Oops. It doesn't invalidate a lot of the criticism the game has been getting to me. It was also new, so people were forgiving of Deadpool's Diner. Wait, were they donating too? I'm confused. I don't understand, man. Maybe they were donating too, because they hit me with the I'm losing. Hey, that's me. I'm also donating. Oh, cool, cool. Cool. Doing the good work. Just playing cards for missions, that makes sense. Bum 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 banana. Fist bump. I'm losing. Bum bum bum. I need to make this Twitter post. Oh, you got hit with an ad? Yeah. I was saying, you're fighting the good fight. Giving out the bubs. I missed this one. When do you think we'll receive character mastery, and do you think we'll see the variant shop expanded? Good questions. Mastery, I have no idea. They said they were going to try and get it out before the end of the year. The data miners don't think that's likely to happen, but it's not impossible. I imagine it'll either be December or sometime the first quarter of next year. In terms of the variant shop, I have genuinely no idea about that. Oh, this guy we ran into before, I think. I mean, they really should make the variant shop better, but I have no idea where that is on their priority list. I'm fortunate in that I don't really have to engage with it much because I have a lot of the... Like, I don't really buy variants much anymore except for like, a new card or something. I should be using this to farm boosters for the cards I want boosters for, huh? What do you think they could do with the variant shop? They need to let people opt out of all the album bullshit. That's really the biggest thing. Or let it refresh multiple times a day. But, like, when, like, half or more of the shop is always full of album variants, it's like, the odds of you finding the thing you want are so low. It's like the vault. It's like the odds of you actually finding the cosmetic you want in there are so incredibly low. It's like, people want to give you money, man. Just let them. I know part of it's like supposed to be FOMO, so you like feel obligated to buy it when it does show up. But I remember in the early days, like, this was before albums, I waited a year to get chibi armor. It took over a year to get my first armor variant. That was before they showed new variants by default. It sucks. So, like, I feel for people who are hunting their favorite variant and, like, because you can literally wait over a year, and the odds only get smaller over time, right? Cue my surprise when I actually got the variant I was looking for in the vault. What was it? My shop today is all 1,200 cards for the Surfer album. What, the Venomized Copycat? That's a good one. I have that one. Hero Sarah, that one's pretty goated. Good choice. Was that the first bundle? No. The first one was Apocalypse. I love Hero Sarah. Sarah's one of my favorite characters, and someone I would never have known about if I did not play this game. Got a 6 Sarah split. Speaking of, I should probably split another card. They throw them in the albums to purchase directly and take them out of the shop. Freshens up the shop tremendously. True. I don't think they're going to do that. I think they've actually said before if they made the things directly purchasable, they'd jack up the prices because, like, they would lose money from doing that, which is so crazy, but wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, the FOMO is a feature, not a bug, you know? Secondary doesn't understand that their game can be financially accessible and still make a profit. If they've latched on to a mix of being a phone game company, cosmetic game company, and a TCG. They would just make getting cards extremely easy and expensive. People would buy variants extremely easy, and I imagine that was supposed to be inexpensive because they are already expensive. People would buy variants of cards they enjoy playing, just make every variant available when you click on the cards in your collection. So, on one hand, I understand with card games that, and I think this is true across just about every card game, the cosmetics are generally a drop in the bucket compared to how much money they make off of selling cards. I don't think aside from Runeterra, which, well, that went the way of the dodo, I don't think outside of that you find much success in the digital space where cosmetics are the main source of monetization. Usually they're supplementary, which I think that can be okay. It's like okay to make money off of cards. I'm not saying everyone needs all the cards for free. I think that's something that comes up a lot when like people critique the acquisition system. Some people pull out the scarecrow straw man and are like, well, you're just saying everyone needs to have everything for free. And it's like, nah, I don't mind paying money for things. Like, I don't mind if cards cost some money. But the prices and the hoops you have to jump through to get a specific card in this game are ridiculous. Like, again, I talked about it before, but I have someone who just came back to the game. They asked me what I've been playing. I showed them. And I'm like, yeah, unfortunately, most of the decks I play run Anti-Venom and Malekith. Those are the decks I like playing. I obviously, there were some things that were a little more budget-friendly I recommended too. But, like, the timetable for them to actually access those cards seems so far away. Because unless they have a bunch of tokens saved up, or they're willing to spend a fair chunk of change to acquire tokens, there's no method to get those cards until they come back to Spotlights. And that's not going to be for, like, at least 6 months, usually. Which is crazy. It's crazy when you skip or miss a card. Most of the time, you're just stuck waiting for half a year for it to come back. And it's like... And then, when it comes back sometimes, the popularity increase ends up getting it nerfed. If the card is really good. Which we're probably going to see happen to Bob. It's just... You need to be able to make, like... The other thing that I don't think enough people talk about, because it's kind of a weird thing, is like... I feel like Second Inter actually fell into the same trap Hearthstone Battlegrounds did, which is a shame because it punishes like a good thing. I think they made a good game first, and then they worked backwards to figure out how to monetize it. And normally, like, that would be a pro, right? Like, from a gamer POV, you want them to make the good game first, not focusing on how they can make all the money first and then build a game around it. Because we've seen how that goes for the, like, 5 of you who were here back when Hearthstone Mercenaries existed. We've seen the opposite of that and what happens when you build a game around monetization and then make the game after. That has its own problems. But I think they made the monetization after, and they have to do it in such a weird way because their card release system and how they do it is just different than every other card game. And they just have had a really hard time finding a balance there. And the way they talk about the economy, and I think Regis is the one who said this, it's like either they can afford to be more generous with it or make a better system, and they really don't want to because they feel like it'll lower the amount of money they're making, or maybe the economy really can't take it and they are struggling to get by barely. But it's like, it's so hard to believe that when you see how much money the game has made. Like, obviously there are costs in making the game and the IP and all this stuff, but still it's made like $180 million or something, you know, like it's not like Ben Brode's out on the street corner with a cup, you know, like, so it's very weird, but they keep acting like they're just barely getting by, and it's like, people just don't, I think they just don't find that realistic. But to get back to like the actual point, when you spend a lot of money, on the game, eventually spending starts becoming significantly less appealing. Take it from someone who's spent a lot of money on the game. I've probably spent like $4,000 to $5,000 on this game over 2 years. That's a huge amount of money. It's more than I would have normally spent because I obviously make money back off of it. Like, I've made more than that, you know, doing content. But it's also like my job. So that aside, you hit a point where spending starts being significantly less fun, because it's like you don't really, like, you have more, the high spenders have more resources than they can use a lot of the time. Like, I'm sure eventually I'll run out of these, but like, I have so many keys and my token pile has seen better days, but it still probably looks crazy to, you know, most other people who haven't spent a bunch of money on the game. And so it's like, those players, I think a lot of them end up spending out of like habit, or maybe trying to, you know, chase collecting all the variants or all the cards or whatever. But when you spend a lot of money, the game actually gives you so many resources that you don't really know what to do with some of them. And so that's where most of the money comes from, right? Most of the money, 50 to 70% of their revenue comes from whales. And so the free-to-play people and like smaller spenders feel more of the pain of not being able to interact with as many cards and be able to, like, you know, get everything that they're actually like going for, but they're scared to give away more stuff for free because that might just deter whales from spending, because whales can basically do what I did, which is realize, hey, I have so many resources, I can cut my spending almost entirely and I can coast on this for a good amount of months. Like, maybe I'll get a $10 or $15 thing here and there, but I'm not spending what I used to spend on the game at all. I buy the season pass, maybe a small bundle here or there, but I'm not buying a $50 bundle or a $100 bundle. How is Rivals a competitor? The answer is simple. Intellectual property, baby. There are a lot of people who mainly play Snap because they like Marvel. So it's not a competitor in the genre, but it's a competitor in this is a game that competes for your time, that has an overlap with a lot of the people who are here for Marvel stuff more than they're here for a card game. Also, if you haven't seen already, a lot of the Snap creators are trying to, you know, start doing Rivals stuff too. So it's not about competing in the same genre, it's competing under the same IP and competing for time. I do think it is true, no one can say for sure like they're seeing this massive decrease, but in the limited public data we have, you can definitely see there is a decrease. It might be insignificant in the grand scheme, we don't really know, but I think no one can deny, at least among the more engaged online player base, there's definitely a fall off being seen, whether that's the Steam charts, or go ask pretty much anyone creating Marvel Snap content how their numbers have done in the past month. You know, they'll tell you it's definitely not what it was. And you know what's a really great metric that I think a lot of people don't think about is Twitch drops, because you guys may have noticed when drops happen, Snap gets significantly more viewership. And I think that shows how big of a casual player base there is, where these are the people who don't really watch Twitch, or care about that stuff, but they see like, oh hey, I get some free stuff for doing that. I'm gonna go, do that. And then when the drops go away, you convert a very small portion of those people, but a lot of those people just leave. They're just there for the free stuff. And if you look at drops numbers, like if you look at the numbers during drops, and I'm sure you've heard, the big Snap people like Dexter and Dara and all them talk about this. The numbers were so much smaller this month than they were previously, and that's most importantly including drops. That's the thing. Was there a boost from drops still? Yes. Was the drop boost significant, like anywhere near as high as it was in the few months prior? From what I saw, no, not at all. Like the drop numbers felt smaller, and that I think is the biggest indicator that there is something happening there to, like, I don't know if those players are taking a break or quitting, or maybe they just didn't feel like doing drops. Who can say? But I think that is probably the best metric we have access to get a feel on some of the casual player base who normally doesn't interact with any of the stuff we do, The other aspect of it is how a lot of people feel about this game often depends on their like what they normally do for gaming stuff. Like if you're mainly a mobile gamer and you've dealt with all these really terrible mobile games that have significantly worse economy issues than Marvel's Snap, I can understand from that perspective why it might be hard to be like, no guys, this game really isn't that bad. What are you talking about? Because you've gotten to see the very worst of mobile gaming. But the people on the other side who maybe they're more card gamer or regular game focused than mobile gaming, they don't see it that way at all. They just want it, like, I never had a problem spending some money on Hearthstone or Magic the Gathering because, like, I feel like I got my money's worth out of it. And I've never been a huge mobile gamer. I'm aware of how bad it can get. I've played some bad mobile games. Never got super, like, invested into them. Unless you count Hearthstone Mercenaries, which was basically a fucking mobile game. So there's a very wide range of perspective on the issue because people come from different places, I don't know. I think it's very interesting. And the other thing is, like, in online gaming spaces, it is very lucrative / beneficial to, when there are a lot of problems happening with the game, to run with the whole the game is dying thing. And even if you don't believe it, people want to believe it because it validates their feelings. If they're feeling bad about something and you start seeing the game do worse, you feel justified in your feelings, right? So, like, people naturally seek out that justification. And I've seen this happen in real time because I've critiqued Snap for a very long time about things I think they've done wrong and could do better. And early on, people really, really got mad about it when you said almost anything negative about the game. Even something as simple as, like, I remember when they changed the token system so you couldn't buy the Series 3 card. Like, you couldn't buy... The Series 3 spot was replaced with a random slot. And I was like, this sucks. Early on in Series 3, obviously you don't want to spend your tokens on Series 3 cards, but if you can get, like, a key Series 3 you're missing to be able to play an important deck, that can greatly improve your experience. And I saw a lot of people do that early on in Snap, where they were missing Death for Destroy, or, I don't know, something for discard. Dracula for discard, etc. Like, if you can get that one card you're missing to make you have, like, a playable deck to grind out pool 3, that's usually worth it, the 1,000 tokens. And so they kind of took that way, and man, people just were like, nah, you're complaining about nothing, it's unnecessary, blah, blah, blah. Like, people, the honeymoon period for this game was pretty long. But I feel like naturally over time, it's kind of all come to a head, and now people are like, yeah, I'm not. And then the other part of it, which not many people are going to talk about, is the game's 2 years old. When you've played a game for a long time, like a lot of the online people have played since the start or near the start, the game, like, when you play a game for that long, and a lot of it, games just naturally get less fun sometimes when you've played a couple thousand hours of them. I've played at least like probably 4K hours of Snap or something. It's why I don't really regret the money I put into it, because I feel like I got my money to time ratio pretty good. But like, I'm not going to say I find as much fun in Snap right now as I did during the start, when it was like more novel and new, and everyone was bad at the game, including myself. I think naturally you get this kind of like, burnout's probably the closest word, but I don't really feel burnt out on the game. It's just like, the shiny newness of it is worn off. And so a lot of people want to rekindle that spark. They want to have that level of fun they had at the start, and it's very challenging to do that. And that feeds into it as well. And then normally, one of the big things that Snap, I think, has a problem with is it makes it hard for you to take a break. I've seen so many people who like take a break and try and come back, and then they almost instantly quit because they feel so behind. And that's really rough, because I think most card games benefit from the fact that you can take a break between sets. Like, all right, I've had my fun with the new Hearthstone set or Magic set. There's still another month or two before the next one, and I could get more resources by continuing to play, but, I don't mind that much. I'll just stop, and maybe I'll buy like one of the pre-order things to help me get caught up with the new set when it comes out. And plenty of people, that's how so many people engage with card games, and it gives you a healthy break, It gives you some time away to just like, because when you come back, you usually re-enjoy the game again, Like, you enjoy it more. Blue did that recently. He took a break for like a month, and he came back, and obviously it sucked feeling behind, but in terms of like enjoying the gameplay, he found himself enjoying it more when he came back after that break than he did if he continued playing. And so like, I think there is a very real benefit to letting people take some time off, but Snap is just very demanding in terms of like, if you want to maximize the free resources, you got to be playing it a good bit. And Pokemon is making more people realize how much it demands of you, because Pokemon demands so little. All right, I'm going to do this tweet while the ad is running. I'm just going to post Jeet's Twitch name. Someone respond to me. Did he? He does have a Twitter. Sick. Love having the chance to draw 2 in Pixie decks. EITRI, Eitri. Alright, cool. It doesn't really feel like burnout for me, just recognition of how bad the current state of the game is at my collection status. Yeah, like, that's definitely fair. Like I find it annoying when, like, people are like, oh no, you're just burnt out. It's like, I don't really feel burnt out at playing the game. It's just like, the pain points are very apparent. Like, gameplay-wise, I think Snap is actually in one of the best spots it's been all year. I'm a little worried about Doom fucking that up in a few weeks, but genuinely, I think out of all year, this is, I think, one of the best metas we've ever had, and certainly one of the most enjoyable to me. The only thing I really hate is Arishem. Other than that, I'm kind of cool with everything right now. There's a lot of variety. People are doing kind of interesting shit. I like it. So what could kill it? The folks that took a break have no viable way to catch up. Longtime fans get frustrated, they're so behind, and then go away. Yeah, I've seen that happen a bunch. I think that's what is contributing to some of the loss in viewership. Magic the Gathering is very happy to provide returning players access to cards. If you want cards, you need keys. If you want keys, you need credits. If you want credits, you better play every day. Yeah, exactly. Like most other card games, you don't get very punished for logging in once every 3 days. You get a quest a day and you can store up to 3. And so I could play Hearthstone twice a week and keep up with all of the fucking things. Same with Magic the Gathering. Snap is not like that. Snap says you better be logging in every day. And it's a double-edged sword because I think that helped them early on. It gets you on the hook and it keeps you on the treadmill. But the not so friendly end of that sword is once you fall off it, you're not getting back on. Or if you try, you fall off pretty quickly. Because most of the time when people quit, I find it's because they're out of resources and they're bored of what they have. And when they come back, nothing has changed except now their decks might be more outdated and there's new stuff they can't play. And so people quit again very quickly. And it's fuck, man, it sucks. I quit because I was sick of Loki. Dude, Loki. Oh, I could write a fucking novel on the emotional torment Loki caused. And it's funny because if you weren't a higher MMR player, you didn't have to suffer through nearly as much of this card as we did. Because Loki was truly an anomaly in that statistically it was bad across most of the ranks, except at the very top, because for how much I hated old Loki, there was a level of skill testing to it in knowing when you were supposed to do it and knowing when you're not and knowing how to play the cards you get from your opponent. And a lot of people just weren't good at doing that. Just flat up, the stats said a lot of people were not good at doing that. It's a little bit similar to Move right now, where the Move decks are very strong at high MMR, and even then, I'm pretty sure their untapped stats have been mediocre to bad across the general player base. Because people just aren't very good at playing it. The only reason Loki even got nerfed or reworked to begin with was because they were we don't like the restriction of every Kate Bishop we want to make becoming a Loki card, you know? The Loki season legitimately was the closest I have ever come to quitting this game post-launch. I genuinely can't think of a time I have had less fun playing Marvel Snap than Loki season. It was so miserable. I hated it so much. Arishem was a close second, but Loki was just... Because as a deck builder, it feels so bad when you put all this work to building a deck that synergizes and does all these things, and then Loki just gets to do it better than you. It was so fucking frustrating. That's why I didn't play Post Infinite Ladder for months after we got Post Infinite Ladder, because it was a lot of the high MMR people liked playing Loki, and I was just nah, I'm good, man. I'm good. And then when Loki finally died down a bit, even before it's a nerf, that's when I started doing it. I was wait, I can actually kind of do this. Yeah, I quit when lockdown and shit was going rampant. And when I came back last season, I realized how much I was missing. Yep. Started when Loki came, so I love that card as a new player. Much like Arishem, yeah, it's a pretty good card for a new player. Ironically, that's why Twitch comes in handy. Sit down and watch Sizer for a couple hours playing Move. True. I mean, if you're willing to put in the work, there are the resources out there to get better at it, right? Which is good. Watching Loki hit your nut draw while you're clunking was so tilting. True. Yeah, you're pretty high up, right, Stefan? I'm not super surprised, but I am kind of surprised how little movement there has been in High Infinite. Obviously, part of that's the diner, but the diner didn't take up that much of people's time, I think, at the higher MMRs, because most of them finished it pretty quick. Like, I sat at like rank 30 for like a week, and it just didn't move, and I wasn't playing. And I lost like 30 SP playing like some bad decks. But normally I finish around 9k or so usually, and this number would be significantly lower. I've gained maybe 100, 150 SP this season, and I still haven't fallen out of top 50. That's crazy to me. Yeah, a lot of the regulars just stopped. Yeah, I think I think they're going to really see how big of a problem their whole making it hard to come back thing is, because we kind of had the perfect storm where, as people were starting to have these more negative feelings, you got a competitor in Pokemon Pocket, which, you know, whether you like the game or dislike the game or think the gameplay's worse or better or whatever, like, you can't deny it's competing for some people's time and requires much less effort. And then now you have Marvel Rivals coming in with the second punch, where it's going to nab a lot of the Marvel people. And a lot of the Snap creators, it looks like, from a lot of the creators I've seen. And then, like, you have more compounding issues, right? Like, then you put out Deadpool's Diner again, which is making a lot of people already feel bad about things. And it's just like, so many bad things for the game have kind of like happened in such a short time frame, and some of those things are outside of the game's control, right? Like Pocket and Rivals are pretty, I mean, well, we are having a Rivals crossover season, but I don't think that's going to do a whole lot to bring people to the game, but we'll see. You know how Glenn's team is creating a diverse and balanced game? The funny thing is, like, there have been many times I have definitely not agreed with some of the philosophy Glenn has talked about, but I can certainly say, at least right now, I'm very content with where the balance of things is, as someone who has most of the cards. Like, I like where things are at right now, and I think even though there have been some misses, I think a lot of people forget how bad balance was in Marvel Snap for the first year. I still can't believe they think high voltage was bad for the game. Okay, so I think there's been a lot of misinterpreting the high voltage stuff because people didn't like his answer, which I think it's very fair not to like his answer. I think he stepped on a bit of a landmine in how he answered the question, but I think it's also being misinterpreted. So let's pull it up and like talk about it, because I think it's interesting. Where is team answers? Because this has come up, like, I've seen this come up in so many places. He picked a terrible time to answer this question, though. Sometimes, like, as much as people want communication, there are times when you should just shut your fucking mouth. Because you're just making it worse, man. You're just making it worse. And I'm sure his intention wasn't to make it worse, but like, I do think you have to put a little bit of foresight into when a lot of people are very clearly not happy with the new mode, like, and liked the other mode better, critiquing the thing that people liked about the old mode and don't like about the new one. Like, that's probably not a winning message, you know? Like, yeah, just read the fucking room. Like you're literally just giving yourself more of a headache, and I'm sure he's realized that now, because he's commented on it a few times, right? Yeah, the OTAs on their own generally are really good. Sometimes they miss, but whatever. The OTAs just clash very poorly with like the slow acquisition system and the spotlights, and it's like, it's nice that they let the balanced people do what needs to be done to maintain better balance in gameplay. It just sucks how negatively it clashes with the acquisition system. Because I'll tell you, when Hydra Bob returns to caches and he gets nerfed in 2 weeks later, there are going to be a lot of mad people. Even if Bob is still a totally playable and good card, there are going to be mad people. Which is why I've been telling like everyone, hey, yeah, if you want to spend 6k tokens on a good card that probably isn't going to get nerfed for at least 2 months or more, buy Bob. I'm trying to find the first answer. I think I might have passed it. I think it might have been this. Where was it? Deadpool's Diner question. Deadpool's Diner is a game that rewards winning, yada yada. High Voltage was rewarded playing, not winning. Why the huge shift in philosophy? In one mode, you can engage with the mode endlessly. If you had no luck, you'd get the reward. On the other hand, the other mode, you'd be rewarded based on playing it every so often, every day, completing the mission. It's the thought process behind the game mode. I know engagement is a huge metric for any game or app, but engagement can be positive or negative, frustrating for players. Can you elaborate on how you perceive the winning is necessary for prizes aspect of Deadpool's Diner? As we develop new game modes, we're experimenting with ways to make them more novel from the core of Snap. This is how we learn things, offer more experiences. Generally, PvP games need to reward winning. Without that as an objective, other elements will weaken. The core fun of our game is choosing which card to play where. The decision is reliant on winning being meaningful. I mean, this on its own is, this is a true statement. Like, if the game doesn't do a good job of making you feel good about winning, it's very easy to fall off the game. Because it's not like you're chasing anything else. It's not like there's some like competitive scene. But let's continue. So if there is one, the shift in philosophy was High Voltage. Not only did Deadpool's Diner predate Voltage, but Voltage diverged from some base assumptions about as far as we thought we could. However, we don't think Diner doesn't ask for an orneous amount of winning. You can get the card with the negative win rate. We're seeing a bunch of similar phenomena now as last time, which is that the climb looks steep early. Yeah, like, well, no shit. That's just how exponential scaling works. And, like, human beings are notoriously not good at understanding exponential scaling. So I really feel like choosing that was stupid to begin with. Like, but that's neither here or there. For my part, I think High Voltage went a hair too far. The gameplay was fun, but was very close to making winning irrelevant, and I think that had a negative effect on some players. So I wouldn't expect many future game modes to go as far. So this is a big thing people zeroed in on, right? And a lot of it's being taken as like, oh, he hated High Voltage. And it's like, I think even later down he says he didn't hate High Voltage. All he's saying is that it went a bit too far away from winning. And probably as far as they're going to like push that, which I think that's fine. It's such a bad answer to when people are feeling the pain of the mode that is so much more focused on winning. It's just not a good time to say something like this. And naturally, people are going to paint it in the least favorable light possible because a lot of people are not very happy about the game right now. So they're going to just have a natural negative slant to it. Like, I get it. And I say this as someone who has no great desire to defend Glenn Jones. He has me blocked on Twitter. I don't think we see eye to eye on a lot of things. But I think there's been a lot of misinterpreting like what he was actually saying here. And he said it at a very bad time. Like, it was just a poor time to answer that question. And one of these he kind of clarified a bit. Question is asking for an acknowledgement that Deadpool's Diner feels somewhat extortionary. Yeah, and they're never going to say that, right? Like, you're never going to get them to say we want it to feel that way when that's probably the answer, right? Like, the other answer that, and I mean, this isn't Glenn's job, right? This is the monetization people's job, is I would bet dollars to donuts High Voltage didn't make them any fucking money. Or if it did make them money, it was very little because it was so easy to do the things. Whereas in Deadpool's Diner, when you bust out and you have a negative feeling there, and it's like, well, you get that little bub pop up, which makes so many people mad, but I guarantee you some people rage press the buy bubs with gold button. And so I think that's one of the reasons they view the mode as so successful, is because it probably makes them some money, and I have no doubt it increases engagement for sure. It's just, and I asked a question about this and I got an answer, which, I mean, it wasn't much of an answer, but my question was basically, hey, how do you account for people who engage more with the diner but actively dislike it? Like, if you're just looking at my playtime and you see I played nothing but diner for like a week, you'd be like, oh, diner is successful, this player likes it. And it's like, no, bro, like, I fucking hate the diner, but I wanted the free shit, and so I played the minimum amount I needed to play to get the stuff. But so I was like, how do you differentiate that? And they're like, yes, we do that. And I was like, all right, well, keep your secrets. I mean, this is a primarily casual game trying to cosplay as somewhat competitive. That is genuinely what Snap does at so many turns. Infinity Conquest is like that. Leagues are like that. Deadpool's Diner is like that. I've said that before, and it's so true. It's not that there can't be a competitive thing to it. Like, I do think, when you're playing against another good player, there is a competitiveness to it. But I think most of the things in the game that try and frame themselves as competitive they're wearing a mask. It's actually more casual than it lets on, but they try and frame it as competitive. It is quite an interesting concept, though, to think about. What's up, Bay Area events? How's it going? So I wanted to, where is it? I'm trying to find the one where he clarified. One of these, he was like, I want to set the record straight, because, yeah, I think he saw so many people just being like, Glenn said high voltage was bad, and they're not going to do it again. And it's like, I think it was this one. High voltage and winning is motivation. I'm not going to read all of this. This is a lot. From my perspective, what made high voltage fun was a significantly different way to play Snap, maintaining the core game while still maintaining the gameplay, being able to see others otherwise impossible played combos, especially from opponents, deck designs I had not considered, and having the opportunity to play cool variants I own from metagame suboptimal cards. Most of the feedback I got about high voltage was people just liked a casual mode to do your quests. Hell, I liked it too. Like, if I didn't feel like playing Snap for the day, I booted up high voltage and got all my quests done faster than I would normally. It was great. It felt like speed Snap. Like, it was faster and it was fun, and like, it was just, I liked it a lot. All right, so all three of the things you called out are fun, and high voltage served them well as intended. A cursed problem in normal Snap is that A, players are strongly encouraged to wait until the last turn for their big move, and B, the most attention to retreat is placed on the last turn. That creates a scenario where you build towards a finale but are less likely to see it, the more likely it is to win. For high voltage, a mode was all right. This wasn't the answer I was looking for. I'm trying to find the one where he was like, here it is. I found it. We still have a 30-second ad. I will wait for that to go away. Let's see. Yeah, this was the answer I was looking for. I'll get caught up on chat in the meantime. I liked high voltage exactly for the reasons Glenn said it wasn't ideal. It was fun way to play the game. I didn't feel bad when I lost. No stress. Yeah, I think a lot of people fell in that boat. What if hot locations were their own game mode with a rewards track? I think that would cause, like, oh god. Oh man. there are a lot of people who would not like that. Be funny to watch happen, though. I understood that as soon as this game global launched, it was geared towards the casualness, in contrast to something like Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, which has competitive capability. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they've really tried to hide that they're trying to be a more casual card game for sure. And I think that is, some friction is created there because, like, card game heads like myself often want them to do, did it really roll another fucking ad? Dude, Twitch is ridiculous, man. Or was it just preparing me for the ad? I don't know, man. All this shit's automatic. I just let it run. Let's see. But I bet their survey after High Voltage was that people wanted to see it more. They'll ignore it because it doesn't fit their model for the game. I mean, I think it'll definitely come back, but... You technically can treat Deadpool's Diner kind of like High Voltage, but it's going to make you take a very long time to complete it, I think, if you go that way. High Voltage was weird because if I wanted to play Snap, I didn't ever want to do High Voltage, but I liked the easy rewards and easy missions. The issue you talked about was Turn 6 retreat before the finale tension is worse in Diner. Turn 6 retreat before the finale tension is worse in Diner. Well, yeah, you feel more tension there, but yeah, it also feels bad because like you feel a pressure not to leave because you've already invested in the final outcome more, right? Which is true for sure. My comment was aimed at using Diner to do missions. Oh yeah. Oh, I'd agree. If you play at the low bub table, yeah, you can do the same thing. You can, I would agree with that. Once you have like even just a few thousand bubs, you can use the lowest table for mission farming. I think the difference there is that when you're mission farming in High Voltage, it felt like it made more meaningful, like you were getting progress while doing it. Whereas in the Diner, you can still mission farm, but you're not making any progress. And when most of the people seem to play it for the rewards, I think the progress is essentially winning, right? Like people only care about winning because they want the progress. They want to be, they just want to. That's the incentive, right? It's the carrot on the stick. I had to put the game down for the day. I had a 1.5 million bub game. Valentina gave person or bot Eliath and nullified my card. Next turn was his own Eliath. Jesus Christ, yeah. Nothing like getting double Eliath. Oh, that sucks. All right, this is the thing I was looking for, though. Ideal player and when to pivot. How does the development team make the decision to pivot on the design goal of a card or a mode? It's clear from repeated balance changes, modes, and the actual name of the game. The cube management piece of the game takes precedence over the pure fun factor if the two are at odds. So it's based on developer responses here, reinforcing changes to potential cube rate is an alarming, based on developer responses here, reinforcing changes pointing to cube rate isn't alarming, but we know it feels bad. Some more versions of that. The recent comments saying High Voltage might have actually missed the mark despite overwhelming positivity on the mode had me thinking of how the development team can pivot away from something the developers want to see versus the player. Negative feedback often seems to generate, we want this, you want that, with things like card acquisition and card balance. For instance, I still get ads featuring Ben saying, what if you couldn't get all the cards as a selling point, alongside early goals being shared, stating Snap wanted to demonstrate differences in player card acquisition, despite consistent messaging from players and the development team saying this needs to change. Balance is similar with the actual cube gain is okay even if the card has negative feelings. What are the tipping points? How does this how do you pivot? How do you change all this stuff? Since I've seen myself misrepresented in a few places, including above, I'll set the record straight before answering your questions. Here's what I said. So we already read that. I don't think High Voltage missed its mark. It's a great mode. We love how well it was received. I used an idiom to express that if winning mattered the tiniest bit more, High Voltage may have been even better. Yeah, I think this is the important part here. It's like, I think it was not hard to take what he said out of context a bit or misinterpret it. Especially, like, it's easier to misinterpret something when, like, it's the opposite of what you feel. And it's like, you just assume the person's on the other end of it. As a design group, that's the job. Make something great. Figure out how to make it greater. I don't know. Do these later points matter much? Much of our work is a collaboration process. People on the team provide feedback, sure. Our ideal player is a happy player. Well, I think you got some work to do then. Like most CCGs, Snap aims to serve a wide variety of interests, sure. There's no right or wrong way to enjoy Snap. Yeah, alright. The rest of these answers don't really matter to me. I think it's good to help provide some clarity on what was going on, because he really hopped on the grenade, man. Like, he hopped on the grenade in not a good way. To, like, read, it's like chat said, just read the fucking room, man. Like people misinterpret stuff all the time on the internet, and so when you got to be very clear, and I don't think he was as clear as possible on the initial answer. But yeah, I do think 100% of it, and this is not a part you're going to ever see Glenn comment on, because I'm sure it's not his fucking job, is, like, the monetary part of it has to be part of it, too. Like, there's no way that's not part of it. Like, I don't think anyone's going to say that they think High Voltage made more money than Deadpool's Diner. Just unfortunate we don't have any real good ways to actually, like, see that for ourselves. But, yeah. It's very disappointing that they called it Diner 2.0, and they, like, I'm sorry, you can't say you don't know what you're doing when you do that. And it, like, usually when something goes from 1.0 to 2.0, there's a pretty meaningful amount of, like, changes. And there were almost no changes to the diner. The only changes were they removed bots, which people didn't like that change, and they added some annoying voice lines. Overwatch, yeah. Hey, for better or for worse, at least Overwatch changed some shit. Deadpool's Diner is like the difference between Overwatch and, I don't know a good comparison there, but, like, you get what I'm saying. It's set people up for an expectation that was different than the reality, and then once a lot of people weren't having fun with it and weren't liking it, like, answering with, well, we were actually very happy with Deadpool's Diner last time, and so I don't agree that the feedback was overwhelmingly negative. It's like, it feels very out of touch with at least the engaged people who have been commenting about how they feel on Diner. It's the difference between Final Fantasy VI on Super Nintendo and an HD remaster. In a nutshell, can you explain why this version is worse? So, the funny thing is, I don't think it's that much worse than the original Diner. I think it just has, like, all the problems of the original Diner that not everyone fully realized the first time, and they didn't change any of the things people wanted changed. The best example of this is the gap. The gap, like, you have to grind quite a bit to get to this 30 million mark, right? So much of the grind is going from, like, this Bub Mart to this Bub Mart. This is, like, most of the time in the diner for, I think, most people. And that was the same thing last time. And people were like, hey, this sucks. Like, you should change this. And they didn't change anything about it. The only thing they changed was the bots. And the bots were actually often helping people get up there faster. So it feels like they made it harder. And they didn't listen to any of the things people didn't like about it the first time. And they were like, nah, people liked it. Let's run it back. The only thing that was really better about the diner this time to me was the fact that the meta wasn't all Arishem like it was before. At least for me. I'm sure some people have had mostly Arishem and that's gotta suck. But last time they locked the Arishem counter behind the diner, and Arishem dominated the diner. So I think that aspect was worse last time. But it's not really that they made the diner worse. It's just that they didn't fix the things that really made people dislike it. And so the people who were hoping they adjusted things for 2.0 are not happy. And then even I've seen a lot of people who are like, yeah, I defended the diner last time, but it's been a way shittier experience for me this time. I can't really tell you why, but I'm starting to resonate with a lot of the complaints people had the first time around, that I didn't feel that way back then for whatever reason. So I just think they looked at the engagement numbers and they looked at the potential money it made, and they were like, all right, let's run it back. And I would be surprised if this does nearly as well as the first diner, because the card reward isn't as enticing, and it doesn't have the whole benefit of like the movie, the biggest Marvel movie of the year, hyping it up, you know? Bots are just boring, not a PvE game. So I don't think people like bots because they think bots are fun to play against. I think they like bots because they want to be free from this mode as soon as possible, and bots make that happen faster. Losing bots is great if you want to view this in a competitive limelight. Like if you want to view this as a more competitive thing, sure, yeah, it'd be better to have no bots. I don't think most people really are viewing Diner as a competitive thing. It's something that they probably wouldn't play at all if they didn't, want the card or the rewards and stuff. And when your game mode is only there to give a reward track, I think it means you made a bad game mode. Like, if someone had the choice to play Snap with like the Diner Snap elements or without the rewards, you would not see a lot of people play Deadpool's Diner. Yeah, I think there could be better ways to improve than adding the bots, but they didn't seem to be interested in doing that, right? Or if they were, they certainly didn't communicate that. They were like, nah, it was good. The only thing we disliked were the bots, so we took them out. And then like 2 days later, they had to add them back because some players were getting 40-minute queues. It feels like they really didn't learn anything meaningful from the first run of the Diner, based on the feedback. So it comes across as very weird when they're like, yeah, we listened to the feedback and, we brought it back. And it's like, no. First attempt, I really enjoyed it. Didn't enjoy round 2. I think I've seen a lot of people in that boat, yeah. So yeah, it's weird. It doesn't help that it's coming at a time where people were upset about other things too. All that stuff compounds. Because like, if you were in a better mood or enjoying Snap more during the first time Diner came out, but now you're feeling, you're not enjoying it as much, you're going to view it in a harsher light. Like, it's just, I think that certainly is part of why some people are feeling more negative about it than they did the first time. I just think, like, if they're going to spend a lot of time on a game mode, I want the game mode to provide an experience that is fun and gives me something kind of different than the core of Marvel Snap. And you could say, well, Deadpool's Diner does give you something a little different because it's more about, smart snaps and retreats than it is about like winning the game or whatever. But I think in concept, like in reality, that creates less fun gameplay for a lot of people. Because like for me, when games are ending on turn 3 more because people are more retreat happy, I think the game is less fun. Like, because I think the fun is watching the game play out, right? And then it really doesn't help that when you crash out, you get that nice little pop-up that's like, spend some gold and keep playing. That happens every time you crash out. You already feel bad about crashing out and losing all your bubs, and that just rubs some salt in the wound. So like the negative elements of Diner are very, very high, and I don't think the positive ones make up for it. The rewards help a bit. People like the rewards, but when I win a massive amount of bubs, I don't feel as good about that as I do when I feel bad about like crashing out, Yeah, the negative stuff is just so much more apparent apparent and it really like sticks out. And some people enjoy the, you know, the extra stakes and stuff. And hey, if you enjoy it, more power to you. I'm not telling you how to feel or live your life. But it's been very apparent to me, like, a lot of people are having these same feelings of like I just don't get anything out of like playing this that I get out of normal Snap. Like it's mostly the same. It's just the higher stakes and the retreating, and I think those contribute more negatively than they do positively for me enjoying the game. And it's not like different if the gameplay is like pretty much the same. It's just the snappy element that's changed. Whereas High Voltage was very different. High Voltage was like refreshingly different. Like it felt like I was playing Snap but a different game, and that was cool. I don't play this game to be stressed or create unnecessary anxiety. I think that's a huge point for a lot of people. I think when you go out of your way to build a casual audience, doing things that stress casuals out, I think is a not great thing. Not everything has to be for casuals, obviously. It's fine to throw competitive people a bone, but I don't see the competitive people being felt like they're being thrown a bone with this is the funny thing to me. Wasn't me, as I'm not really down on the card acquisition, don't really care. I care about that only because it messes with other people's fun. Yeah, it's like it's just a shame, man. It's just a shame. I'm gonna donate a few more bubs here. Yeah, High Voltage really did play to the casual element, and I think a lot of people found that appealing, even people like me who are probably more quote-unquote competitively minded. I thought High Voltage was super fun. Obviously, I liked the rewards, but I still played it after the rewards ended, clearing out my dailies, because it was more fun to me than just playing regular Snap at the time. I'm losing. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. So yeah, that's the current deal with Deadpool's Diner. That's kind of where we're at. Probably just gonna do a little donating and then call it a night. I think I'm gonna do Pokemon tomorrow. After some Snap. Because I ended up doing way more Snap today than I thought I would. But I enjoyed myself. We got to play this fun deck. Did pretty well with it. And I like getting to talk about a lot of these topics because I think, genuinely, I think a lot of the people who have been around for a long time, and, you know, feel free to weigh in here, I think it can be more interesting to talk about these topics than super focusing on the game. Especially when some decks are relatively straightforward. I think this stuff is very interesting to talk about. Marvel Yap, if you will. It's a quiet evening in the Snap category tonight, isn't it?
That's not going in the highlight reel.
This wouldn't solve the gameplay aspect of Diner, but I feel like adding more agency with rewards would be nice, like the equivalent of aiming for your choice of featured cards or variants. Maybe? I mean, I certainly wouldn't be opposed to that, but yeah, I think you're right. It probably wouldn't, like, fix the things people don't like. It just might make them more likely to engage with it. Yeah, I mean, there are always levels to it, right? And I think when you get someone who is too adamant on either side, it just ends up being like you aren't really getting anywhere. Like it's not a productive conversation most of the time. And it's like, and I've seen that on both sides where it's like people who defend way too many things or people who view literally every single thing, even some things that I don't think really lines up with, in like a negative light. Like, here's a good example of this. Like, I had someone today in my comments ask me, like, don't you think it's suspicious how, we're getting the split compensation rolling out only when there've been all these other issues around the game and sentiment is low. Maybe Second Dinner planned this. And it's like, bro, like, never attribute malice to what can easily be explained by incompetence. I don't think they're that five-head, dude. If they were that five-head, they probably would have figured out how to fix the fucking card acquisition by now. Like, it's the simple answer is usually the answer. Like, they kind of explained, like, hey, this was a big process figuring out how to do compensation that is, not one size fits all and get it to everybody and stuff. And it took some time. And it's like, sure, it's fine.
Way too much money on you.
Not a big deal. This is a bot. I'm gonna retreat versus them. If I get another bot, I'll beat the bot. Because I feel like compared to Nova and her variant, the new card and Jane Foster are pretty underwhelming. Yeah, I think they're going to see worse metrics because of that. This is a bot. Alright, we'll beat a bot. See if I can get another donator. It's just like, yeah. So I think the extremes on both sides are always going to be like kind of annoying. The answer is usually somewhere in between. It's funny to see how it shifted, though, because I think there are a lot of people where if you asked them where I landed on this chart, I would have been viewed as much more of the extreme type. And really what I've said most of the time hasn't really changed. I think it's like people's opinions that have changed more over time than like my own personal stances. But that's just how it goes, I guess. Like, I was surprised that they got the compensation out today. I didn't think it would go out today because, it's a Sunday and people aren't, like, working on Sunday. But yeah, it was funny to see, like, when Blue came back, he was like, yeah, I'm enjoying the game a bit more now after some time off. And then he was like, well, I kind of want the card from Diner, but he really hates all those, like, negative feelings Diner gives you. And, like, halfway through to get the card, he was like, man, if this shit keeps up, I might be taking another month off because I can't handle, like, these negative feelings. It's just more than it's worth. He got there, though. He did get there. I get this sometimes, and I can never tell if the thumbs up people understand or not. Usually they get it by later on when you're not playing any cards, but... Drops. I don't think there are any drops right now. I believe the drops ended. Bum bum ba-na-na. We're doing the good work here. At least this table, I'm getting a lot of real people. And I find this is a table a lot of the people who are still going for the card are stuck at. I got a donation or two along the way, and it definitely helps speed me along. When I was donated to, I used the thumbs up as a non-BM Ms. Marvel. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Professional poker, that's exciting. Poker's a lot of fun. That's the thing that annoys me about Diner is I like poker. Like when they tried to like frame it as like it's like poker with like the knowing when to hold them and fold them, like on paper that sounded very appealing to me. Like I like poker a lot. I think it's very fun. I don't think I think it's one of those things that sounded better on paper than it played out in reality. And so many people, myself included, were hoping that they would at least try and tweak it a bit or make it better. I think there would have been less expectation of that if they didn't call it Deadpool's Diner 2.0. I think that was just genuinely a marketing fail. I think that was just bad marketing. It sets an expectation for something that is not happening. Like, they could have just as easily been like, hey, Deadpool's Diner is coming back. I like this avatar a lot. It's pretty cool. And you know these people are still grinding it because the doubling is not going up fully. We're capped out at 2.5 million. So you know they're appreciating it. Very appreciative, yeah. I'm getting Gorr boosters. How much do I need to upgrade Gorr again? I need a lot. I need 20 more. Then I can go for an inked Gorr. Fortunately, these boosters are probably going to be wasted because I'm probably not going to get 19 more boosters and I'll just upgrade it in the morning. I will say, for all of the not so great things that have happened, this is still like I think the best thing they've ever done. Making the bonus booster section good genuinely improved like my enjoyment of the game and new cards very significantly, because I was like giving up on splitting new cards because like you just didn't get enough boosters. It took forever, so I kind of gave up, and now I've split a bunch of new cards and it's fun because I like the splitting. I think the split system is something Snap got so incredibly right. Speaking of which, let's split a card. What card do we split? I had a low collection level donator use Miss Marvel on me. I just assumed they didn't know. I think there are definitely people out there who don't know for sure. Wonder maybe a Nocturne split? I don't play this card as much as I used to, but it was one of my favorite cards. Yeah, Rian variant in the past is sick. If you don't know, I'm a big Rian fan. I'm Rian complete. I have every Rian variant in the game, and I even have a neat little signed print here for the Ultimate Arrow. I really need to frame it, but I've been lazy. So I was super pumped to see her variant is on the Rian Enjoyer, yeah. I don't know if this shows all of them, because I don't have them all favorited, I think, but I've got a lot of them. As many as one can have. That's the one thing I still kind of go for. I like collecting my Rian variants. Monkey I got lucky on. I got such a sick monkey split. This is before the boosted rates. Is Gorr worth pulling for? I think Gorr is a very strong card, personally. I think most people that I know that have picked him up have not regretted it. Especially if you like playing mid-range stuff with Anti-Venom or Mr. Negative. She's a great artist. I have nothing but positive things to say about Rian. She seems like a very nice person and does very, very cool art. Wait, there was something. Yeah, I've seen some of her husband's art too. It's cool. Oh, I was trying to figure out what to split. That's what I was doing. I don't even know what I want to split. I don't have enough to go for another Anti-Venom. That's the conundrum, is like a lot of the cards I'd want to split, I'm like out of boosters on, so I have to use the shop to do it over time. Look at the arrow split though. I got this one during the boosted split period. It's so good. Look at all these arrow variants. Jesus. I've been using the hip one recently because I think it looks really cool with the ink. Well, we split Thanos and we got a good Thanos split. Oh, look at this too. This was, all these were before the split boost. I got 3 like top tier death splits. It's crazy. Inked with white crackle, inked with blue crackle, gold with gold crackle. I haven't even split death that much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 splits for 3 like god splits is nuts. It's crazy to me. Maybe no, I don't have enough for Sasquatch. Ooh, maybe we do Galactus. Because yeah, let's do Galactus. I don't know if it's just me, but for the past few weeks, the shop's only been offering me the same few cards to upgrade. Is that some kind of bug? No. So, I actually have a video that kind of explains how you make the bonus booster shop work for you. The TLDR on it is, if you want it to show you the specific things you want, you need to be able to split all the other cards you don't want. So for example, I'll use King Eitri as an example. So right now I only have 25 boosters for King Eitri, which isn't enough to split this card. So he's one of the things that can show up in my shop. if I were to have more than 40 boosters, he will not show up in my shop because I have enough to split the card. So what you have to do is you have to gain enough boosters for all the cards you don't want showing up. If you have a card you've never split before, it's pretty easy because you only need 5 boosters. But that's the way you do it, is you just get enough boosters for all the cards you don't want, and then as new releases come out, they'll be the only ones that show up in the shop. Or the cards you run out of boosters for will be the only ones that show up in the shop. If you want a more in-depth breakdown, I'm pretty sure I can link to it here. I did a whole video talking about this when it came out, and it's genuinely, I think, one of the best features they've ever added to the game. Let's see. Split. That's not it. I don't know. Bonus. Booster. Here it is. I'll post this in Twitch chat too if anyone wants it. For a lot of them, it's like base cards. I really don't want to spend credits on upgrading, such as base Valk. Yeah, exactly. They're probably cards you haven't played very much. And maybe you have enough to like you don't have enough, you have enough boosters to upgrade like the low tier of it, but not like, I don't know, one you have sitting at rare or epic or whatever. So that's how you do it. It takes a little bit of time to set it up, but once you have it set up, it's very easy to maintain. And it's great because it essentially just makes the shop work for you. Like, this is how I get good splits on new cards without spending any extra money on boosters or anything silly like that. Fuck, what was the card I said I was gonna split? I picked a card. And I don't remember. Oh, it was Galactus. It was Galactus. Alright, prediction. Am I better off just upgrading those cards than to bite the bullet? Well, upgrading them doesn't fix it, right? Unless you, I guess, don't split them. All you have to do is just get them past however much they need. Like, it'll probably take more work to upgrade them all the way than it is to just get, if you're missing like 20 boosters on one card. My advice is just figure out what those cards are and put them all in a deck and do booster farming at the lower diner tables or something where the results don't matter, and you'll just get boosters, and that's what a lot of people do, I think. Prediction. Start prediction. God split. Yay or nay? Send us out with a bang, Galactus. No problem. It's great. The bonus booster thing, it made me go from someone who found it very hard to care about splitting new cards because it felt impossible to get golds and inks to being able to do that very easily. Big fan of it. Wow, someone went all in on no. It's gonna be really funny if we get it. For context, we have split Galactus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 splits. It's an ink, but it's not a god split. So the payout is going to the doubters. But that's okay. Not every split can be a god split. Do I run it back for one more? Oh no, I'm out of Galactus boosters. Well, that answers that question. Had to play the odds. I mean, I respect it. I respect it. Is there any other card I want to do this to? I think most of them I'm missing. Oh, we could do Gwenpool. Gwenpool might be the last one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. Last Gamba of the night. Prediction. This one, we're not going for a god split. This is purely... Oops. You fix this. This is purely ink or gold or no. I would like a gold Gwenpool or a god split roll. I think we're eligible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We are eligible. Ba-na-na. I figure I might as well use these credits before the chances go back. If you don't know, the increased split chances are ending with the patch on the 10th. So if you've got a pile of credits sitting around from some of that split compensation and you want to get a fancy split, now's the time to use them. Or you could even open up some of those stored boxes, because if splits matter to you, it's better to use them than to not. But yeah, you'll end up with a lot of gold tickets though, but who cares? Is that when character mastery hits? We do not know. They said they were going to try and get it out before the end of year, but we do not know. Oh, I put in the wrong thing here. It was supposed to just be ink or gold or no, but I put in the wrong things. Oh, let's see what happens. But I imagine we'll probably find out tomorrow, because if character mastery is coming, there's no way it's not in the developer update video. And if it's not in that video, I imagine it's not coming next patch. It would be exciting. Although I will say, I have some concerns with the character mastery in that I feel like a lot of people remember what it was initially pitched as. And I don't know if we're going to get all the stuff that was initially pitched. Namely, I think one of the things a lot of people thought was cool was the idea of like challenges and achievements on a card. Like, I destroyed Deadpool 100 times or something. I don't think those things are going to happen anymore. But there's been so little messaging around it. I think part of it is like a lot of people are just putting a lot of like hopes of things they want in it. And I think those people are probably going to be a bit disappointed. But if you just like more split options, I think you're probably going to... And also the little emotes. If you like your little reaction emotes, I think you'll probably find some stuff to like in character mastery. Based on the very limited information we have. Alright, let's do it. Gwenpool! Gold, alright. That's a W. It is a W. It's not a god split, but I didn't have a gold Gwen, so I'm happy to get one. Looks good. Ink or gold. Getting paid. Yeah, it looks good. I'll leave it on ink for now, but I'll probably use that at some point. I've been playing some Gwen in the She-Hulk deck. This deck's a lot of fun. Also have some sick variants for it. Yeah, I think for a lot of people it's just going to be like a fun bonus, right? That's totally fine. Alright, I am going to go find someone for you guys to watch, because I am going to bed. But thanks for hanging out. If you're new around here, feel free to drop a follow and check out the YouTube if you're here on the Twitch end. If you're here on the YouTube channel and you liked it, feel free to sub. Or feel free to sub on Twitch if you've got a unused Prime chilling out. Transfer over some of those Bezos buckaroos and get that ad-free experience. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, as I will for the rest of December. Daily streams, baby. Let's see, who will I raid? I'm going to raid Tucker, because he just announced that he has a kid on the way, so go show him some love and congratulations. Good player, good creator. Should should be a good time. I'll be back tomorrow. Have a good night. Peace.